your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Tuesday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And it is going to be quite the show for you today, as we will close the show with a little Dennis Schroder, as his presser will be at 1 o'clock. So we're putting Kyle to work today, or more work than he typically has to do anyway, as Kyle will have that for you, and we will play you the video as long as we are able to make that magic happen. So we'll have the video for you at 1 o'clock as Dennis Schroder. It's all connected now, okay? It's all done. The conversations that we had been having for so long, Dennis Schroder is a Sacramento King. And now, more importantly, I guess we knew that he was a Sacramento King, but now we know in what ways he has become a Sacramento King. And I'll be honest with you, I know that fans are continuing, and we don't really have a choice in this day and age in the NBA and how things continue to change. But I really don't want to get too caught up in the MLEs, in the TPs, in the DDEs,
DVDs.
The DVDs and the Blu-rays, and I don't want to get
MP3s.
I don't want to get too caught up in that, partly because I'm still trying to understand all of it myself. So the way we're going to do this is we're just going to explain to you what has been said, what the reports are that have come out, and then as we get further into the offseason and it becomes more clear how much money they'll be able to spend, and which I think some of that is available too. But I don't want to get too caught up in the, this draft pick got here, this draft pick got there. So here it is for you. The Kings have made the Dennis Schroder signing official using part of their, and here we go anyway, $16.8 million TPE from the Kevin Schroder trade. Deal should be completed in the next day or so. Kings will also acquire a future second, and Detroit lands a trade exception. Like, that's the type of stuff I don't necessarily want to get too far in the weeds on. TLDR, as they say in business with emails, the Kings did do a sign and trade, but the sign and trade was not with a human player.
Yes. Well, sort of. It was with Dennis Schroder.
Well, what the Kings had to trade, I mean.
Well, the Kings didn't trade anything.
Right.
They traded, they had to put something in the deal.
Yes.
So what they did was a top 55 protected second-round pick next year. Mm-hmm. That pick belongs to the Hornets. So unless you think the Hornets are going to have one of the 5 best records in the NBA next year, that pick is staying in Sacramento. It does not mean anything. The Pistons gave them a very, very low second-round pick in 2029. So they gave you a ninth grader that is not even going to be one of the good ninth graders, like bottom of the draft ninth grader.
Yeah. So, and this is from Brett Siegel. Are you finally ready for the confirmation? Dennis Schroder is headed to the Kings by way of a sign and trade. Multiple league sources have confirmed to Clutch Points. This changed 4 different times, but it has finally been decided that this deal would be a sign and trade. The Kings are using their Schroder $16.8 million exception to take on Schroder's contract. Detroit creates a $14.8 million TPE that can be utilized over the next year at the cost of a second-round pick. This addition of Schroder by way of sign and trade will hard cap the Kings at the first apron. Like, this is a different language at this point. SAC is currently around $182 million, about $14 million below the first apron, and they still have their full MLE. It is looking unlikely that Jonathan Kuminga is a legit option without matching salary. And we'll also discuss that a little bit later. And by the way, a little bit later, we will decide whether or not we're about to ban Jonathan Kuminga talk. Yeah, it's going to be hard because obviously this is the summer and it's hot, but we might need to put, like with baby Styles, hey, she loves the pretzels, the Parmesan pretzels, and we say, hey, you can only have about 5 pretzels. We can only spend a certain amount of time on Jonathan Kuminga talk because it's getting real Cam Johnson-y to me. Real Kyle Kuzma-y to me.
So can you read that last line of the sentence again? Because while we don't have to dive into TPEs and DVDs and MP3s, that last line is pretty important in terms of what the next move for Sacramento is going to be.
You're talking about Sacramento is currently around $182 million.
Oh, sorry, the one before that.
This edition of Schroder by way of sign and trade will hard cap the Kings at the first apron. Sacramento is currently around $182 million, about $14 million below the first apron, and they still have their full MLE. It is looking unlikely that Jonathan Kuminga is a legit option without matching salary.
Ding, 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 ding. So this move means the Kings still have their mid-level exception, which is about $14-something million. So they can just sign a free agent for $14.8 million. Mm-hmm. Now, if that person is Kuminga, they can only sign him for $14.8 million without doing a sign and trade. Now, if they tell Kuminga, hey, we're going to offer you a 3-year contract at starting at $14.8 million, and it's going to be like 3 years, 48. Obviously, the Warriors are just going to match that because that's pretty good value for a 22-year-old Jonathan Kuminga, right? So then they won't get Jonathan Kuminga. If they offer him a contract any larger than that, they have to do a sign and trade. But now that they gave away the trade exception, they have to match salaries, which is the short way of saying at this point now, if they're going to get Jonathan Kuminga, they are going to have to trade Malik Monk. Whether that's him going to a third team or him going to Golden State, if they want to sign Jonathan Kuminga, they are very likely going to have to find someone who wants Malik Monk.
Which is kind of where this whole thing already was, though. This is where this whole thing...
But now it puts it in writing because... Unless they're able to get Kuminga for $14.8 million, which
they're not going to,
then they now have to match salaries, which they didn't have to. So that Carter, Saric, and 2 seconds that was on the table before, that was only possible with that trade exception. And now that they've used the trade exception, they're going to have to match with Malik.
Thank you, Kyle. We've gone deep enough. We've gone deep enough. This is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
We got to reel it back a little bit. And I'm looking here at some of the other kind of conversations that are being had. I mean, can I interest you if you just look? Because Jonathan Kuminga thing, and I got a take on it. And like I said, he's about to get banned, right? But I do have a take on it. And it's just very simple to me. The whole thing is very simple. I was talking to Warriors people all last week. It's all very simple. Right? And I'll give you a little teaser now. Just wait until December. Everything is much easier in December for both sides. Anthony Slater, we have this audio for you. Anthony Slater was on with the Drive Guys. He's going to sign a 3-year, $75 million deal with no intention of staying with the Warriors. If it even gets that high, with no intention of staying with the Warriors. At that time, if the Kings want to do Malik Monk and whoever to get to $25 million, that it's that simple. And it's not just the Kings, it'd be anybody. So it's the Kuminga thing has gotten, it was basically Kuminga trying to flex and say, I want to get my way out of here. And basically the Warriors and the league, just based on the current CBA and restricted free agents, saying, you don't have that juice. You just simply don't have that juice. Look, enough about Jonathan Kuminga. This is what I'm looking at. Precious Achiuwa, $14 million. Give me Precious Achiuwa.
You made fun of me the last time we talked about Precious Achiuwa coming to the Kings, but that was also when they had Valanciunas.
Precious Achiuwa, he is a free agent right now. Kind of surprising that he's a free agent right now.
A little bit, but we know what we're doing with that money, right? This is all about bringing number 0.
He's not getting $14 million, though.
Might not be all $14 million, but he certainly could ask for it.
Yeah.
They've only got one roster spot left. This is all about bringing number 0, Russell Westbrook, to Sacramento.
In the 11 o'clock hour, we will discuss Russell Westbrook and what that would look like, not because I want to, because I don't want to, but it feels like we have to because these are things that are being discussed. So 11 o'clock hour, we will talk Russell Westbrook. Also at 11 o'clock on the dot, we have Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. He is back. We are excited to talk to him, and we are going to get a little spicy here. I mean, I feel like I wouldn't be doing my job if we didn't at least talk about some of the comments that Luis Severino has made, and he's stunk. He has not been good. So, yeah, 11 o'clock, we will have some fun with Coach, but we'll also ask some of the hard questions as well. Like I mentioned, 1 o'clock, we have that press conference from Dennis Schroder, and 12 o'clock, we discuss Summer League and some trade deadline stuff that we went over with Brett Siegel. But I wanted to go here as far as the conversations now that the win totals are out, which could change, right? Obviously, you make a certain move and the win total could shoot up. The win total could drop down. I don't really know how it would drop down right now unless, Klay Thompson off-season injury happens, something like that. But everything is probably going to be pretty stagnant unless significant moves are made. If the Kings go out and get Chris Boucher today with their MLE, I don't think maybe you get 2 more wins. I don't know. And we're going to discuss teams that have kind of exceeded expectation as recently as last season and teams that have not met expectations as well as recently as last season, with the Kings being one of those teams. Okay. So this was my thought process heading into today's show. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the Kings, they weren't the 6th seed once last season when it actually mattered. I'm not talking the first 10 games here when it actually mattered. They were literally in the play-in all season long. So I think if you look at this season, you can look at it in 2 ways. If we do not even see the Kings in a playoff spot scenario, I'd say by January, the Kings should just sell, right? The assets are the assets. Brett Siegel, what he had to say about a DeMar DeRozan move. DeMar DeRozan, I think at that point, somebody would be willing to take that chance. DeMar DeRozan, and I know I've been preaching this the whole time, and it seems like I was a bit incorrect this offseason as far as DeMar DeRozan and his value. But right now, every team is in first place. Or you could say every team is in last place. But every team has hope. Every team feels like we're going to blow that Vegas number out the water, unless you're a tanking team and you don't really want to. We're going to blow that Vegas number out the water. They don't know squat. Okay, we're going to win 50 games, even though it's set at 38. We're going to do what the Pistons did last season. We're going to do what the Cavs did last season. That's what we're going to do. That's what every team feels like right now. I joked about this a couple years ago when I put the Cowboys. The Cowboys were on my ban list, and now I'm swaying towards taking the Cowboys off my ban list as far as believing in them. But the reason I initially put them on my ban list is because I watched that Hard Knocks. And I saw a different version of Dak Prescott. I saw him, during practice cussing people out. I'm thinking, man, this dude is actually this dude is actually a dude. I'm in. I'm in with Dak Prescott. Then they went on to do absolutely nothing. But that offseason was filled with hope for the Cowboys and for every other NFL team. It's the same with the NBA. Right now, all these teams have hope or some level of hope. I saw Drew Holiday. The reports that he didn't even want to be in Portland. I saw Drew Holiday. He flew in with his kiddos, and he's dapping everybody up. Everybody crushed the summer in their mind. Everybody's crushing the summer in their mind. Then you have the trade deadline. The trade deadline is going to come around, and it's not really about the teams that aren't where they wanted to be, because I don't think those teams are going to make. There's a difference between urgency and just trying to throw a Hail Mary, right? DeMar DeRozan isn't a Hail Mary. DeMar DeRozan, I don't believe is going to save anybody's season, and I don't think that's the kind of play on DeMar DeRozan. But let's say, and somebody brought this name up, And obviously it's not about the money you're trading for him, but let's say the Sixers actually get a good season from Joel Embiid and Paul George, and they just need something else because Tyrese Maxey is just not working, right? He kind of slumped last season. They never really got to play all three of them together. It's just not working. And they decide, you know what? Let's go get DeMar DeRozan. Maybe more realistic, the name that we talked about yesterday, and I know someone's going to say, why do you talk about Kyle Kuzma? It's not about Kyle Kuzma. Let's say the Bucks are sitting there in that 5 seed, and they feel like hey, we're a little bit better than we thought we were going to be. We just need somebody to be a version of Chris Middleton, right? We need somebody that can shoot the basketball when Giannis is getting triple teamed. And Ryan Rollins is not enough. Let's go get DeMar DeRozan. So there are going to be opportunities for the Kings. And I'm not saying I want the Kings to lose a bunch of games, because I do think that these guys have to have good seasons in order for them to keep their value. But I think it's very simple. And we were talking to, I believe it was Mimi on the text line. And Mimi yesterday said, Allen, you do a great job. I love you at River Cats. It's just hard for me to listen right now. I feel like there's no hope. And I said on the air, which, again, I break radio rules that you're just not really supposed to break. I said, Mimi, I don't really disagree with you. It is what it is. But I would say this to people that maybe feel like Mimi in this moment. The Kings are in a good situation in that they're going to have to what or get off the pot. They're either going to exceed our expectations. I don't believe, and maybe this is me, wearing purple colored glasses because Scott Perry follows me on Twitter, but I do not believe they will fight for, and right now they'd be tied for a 10 seed based on the 38. And by the way, I saw 37 on MGM. I wasn't going to say, I've seen 38 and 37 and a half. I've seen both. 38 and a half would put you at tied for the 10 seed with the Mavericks. 37 and a half, you're not even in the play-in. I don't believe that Scott Perry is going to fight for a 9 seed or an 8 seed. I just don't believe it's going to happen. They're not, if they are in a position, and this is all speculation because I got to be clear, if they are in a position to miss the playoffs or be stuck in the bottom half, because I do think there's a huge difference between 7 and 8. I do think. But if they are fighting to be a 9 or 10 seed, okay, I believe that Scott Perry will say, Mr. Vivek, we did it your way. You're looking at the Bucks who are struggling. They're interested in DeMar DeRozan. He's still having a good season. You're looking at another team, whoever's out there. Could be the Warriors with Malik Monk, right? Could be the Raptors. There's 2 situations, right? The Bucks, they're right there. The Raptors randomly having a good season. We're right there. Brandon Ingram can't stay on the court. Let's go get DeMar DeRozan and bring him home. Let's do a deal with Brandon Ingram. I'm not saying that would happen. I'm just saying there are a lot more opportunities as we approach the trade deadline. So the reason I would say that you have a level of hope is that I don't believe that Scott Perry is going to sit in the mid, as the kids say. I do not believe he's going to sit in the mid, right? What I believe is happening is, whether you're an adult or a kid, what I believe is happening is when you got to clean your room, right? And you got to clean your room, and you haven't cleaned your room in maybe a couple weeks. You're running around. Shout out summer camp. You were at summer camp. You were doing whatever it is you were doing. You were traveling if you were an adult. And you sit down, you look in your room, you say, man, this thing is a mess, right? What's the best way to approach cleaning your room or your house, if you will? You do it in certain spots, right? You segment off certain things to do. Hey, all right, first, I'm going to get all the clothes off the ground and put them in the hamper. Next, I'm going to vacuum. Then I'm going to make my bed. Scott Perry, what a lot of people want Scott Perry to do is clean the whole room in one sitting. That's not how it works. Scott Perry right now, we can say whatever it is. Maybe right now Scott Perry is let's say, cleaning the clothes off the floor. That's what he's doing. He's cleaning the clothes off the floor, putting them in the dirty hamper, and he's going to do his laundry. That might be the 2025-2026 season. Now going in, and it might only be the first half. Now, as we get closer to the trade deadline, maybe that's when he decides to vacuum. At that point, maybe we get to the offseason. Okay, now it's time to make my bed. Now it's time to arrange my drawers. You see where I'm going with this? So I know it feels like there isn't a lot of hope right now, but what he's doing is he is forcing a decision, right? Dennis Schroder is just enough to keep ownership happy, but as we've seen, Vegas doesn't think Dennis Schroder is going to change things all that much. That's not me. I really hope I'm working on getting Dennis Schroder and the rookies, by the way, on the show. So that's not me saying it about Dennis Schroder. I think he's a heck of a ball player. That's Vegas. So right now, Scott Perry, and this is me just reading minds here, I am doing what ownership wants me to do. And as we get closer to the trade deadline, we're either going to exceed expectations and be in a position to be, a 6 or 7 situation. And I know everybody's afraid of, well, Allen, that 8, 9, I'd like to believe if it's that 8, 9 bull jive, Scott Perry will do the right thing. I don't know that, but I like to believe it. But that 6, 7, floating between 7 and 8, okay. I can see, hey, no. We're way too close to the playoffs. We're going to have 2 cracks at it. No way. The Western Conference is crazy. But you drop past that 7, 8, and you start talking 8, 9, 10, I believe Scott Perry will say, this is the perfect time to get the most value and build on things. I'm not saying, because it's a triggering word for some people in the Kings organization, I would imagine. I'm not saying, hey, we gotta rebuild. I'm just saying, no. DeMar is not even on a guaranteed deal, and the Bucks want him. He's not even on a guaranteed deal, and the Warriors decided, you know what? We just want one more score. We'll do DeMar, or we'll do Malik Monk. We'll make that move. We can't afford to say no to that. We're going to be in an even better position, and we have it written down as well, the 2026 free agents. We're going to be in an even better position if we make these moves. So I know that it might not feel great, and shout out to Mimi. I hope you're still listening because this one's for you. But we're in the process right now of watching Scott Perry clean his room. It's not a room that he let somebody else stay in the room, and they messed it up. At the Airbnb, the maid didn't show up. So he's got to come in, he's got to clean the room, and we are watching him clean his room little by little. It all ain't going to happen in one sitting. When we return, before we debate putting Jonathan Kuminga on the ban list, let's hear what Anthony Slater had to say on the Drive Guys. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Fidium Fiber. I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center for your Tuesday, looking at plenty of sunshine. After a cool start with a Delta breeze in place, temperatures will run down today. Expect daytime highs a bit below normal with highs in the upper 80s to low 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
It's about time they
fix that pothole.
Invented better windshield wipers.
made an internet that just works. Fidium Fiber Internet, starting at only $30 a month. It feels like Fidium. Offer available to residential customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See Fidium.com for details.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Shooting lower scores isn't always about changing your swing or equipment. Sometimes it's as simple as changing how you hit certain shots on the course. Molly Braid, a Golf Digest Best Young Teacher, sees a classic mistake on uphill chips. Players will grab a sand wedge thinking the high-lofted club will get the ball in the air, but instead, the ball pops too high and comes up short. Use a club with less loft, Braid says. Grab your pitching wedge, 9-iron, or even 8-iron, depending on how far you hit the ball. Set up with your hips and shoulders in line with the hill. The handle is going to come back, and there will be added loft to the club, so it will have more height, like a sand wedge. Your pitching wedge and your 9-iron don't have as much loft as your sand wedge, but when you're hitting from a steep uphill lie, your pitching wedge is going to produce sand wedge-like results. You'll get that high trajectory up and over the hill to land soft on the green. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Caves, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
Xfinity TV is the best way to stream your favorite live sports, giving you an incredible viewing experience. From pregame to postgame, Xfinity gives you the best seat in the house with traditional TV, streaming stats and odds right from your TV.
If you love to drive or even not so much, take your car to the place with the magic touch. Big O. Big O Tires.
Trust the team with expertise that goes beyond just tires and visit your locally owned Big O Tires. Now through July 13th, get a $59.99 full-service synthetic blend oil change, including tire rotation, fluid top-off, and more. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Up to 5 quarts of oil. Additional charge for diesel engines, high-performance, and exotic vehicles. Disposal and recycling fees extra were permitted. Most vehicles, no cash value. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
Hi, Michael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
291140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. A good one from the 916. Hopefully he cleans his room without Vivek's supervision, because right now that's what it seems like he's claiming his parents' way. If this fails, hopefully he can do it his way. Yeah. Yes, not to get too caught up in the cleaning the room analogy, but yes, I would say that he's cleaning his room in his way, even if, and the Dennis Schroder thing is a little bit separate, right? But the way he's going about it, let's say the first version of cleaning the room was maybe even the draft picks, not taking somebody. And I was just watching Bachelor in Paradise last night, not taking anybody. By the way, there was a woman on Bachelor in Paradise, and they were doing different notes on themselves, right? And this woman, she tall, I can't remember, I think it's Zoe, can't remember her name. And basically there were silhouettes of people, okay? And the silhouettes of people had things that they said that they wanted on the board, and basically the other Islanders would, and yeah, they are starting to copy Love Island, which we knew would happen.
Okay. No.
Which, even though they started before Love Island, or in the U.S., but it's neither here nor there. So the game was...
They're just trying to rip off Love Island.
They're changing a little bit, yes. So the game was, I like what this person has to say, but I don't know who it is. So I'm going to give them a heart or an X, and I can't see who it is. It's not about looks, this thing, right? So she had written, or one of her blurbs, right? And she's tall, model looking lady. and her blurb was, I prefer my men either below 5'7" or above 6'5".
Okay.
And her thought process was, well, I want someone that would be, I either want a short king that's just confident enough to come up to me, or I want someone that's going to make athlete babies with me.
The child's going to be the next Wendy.
And guys were just salty. That was the first time I've seen a room of a bunch of 6'3" salty guys.
That's crazy.
Ever in my life.
So,
it made me feel happy.
So did they go for casting? Did they go all 6 foot and above?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because on this season of Love Island, they got one.
There's always one. There's always one, and he's always my guy.
Yeah.
He's always my guy.
But on this season, it's funny because the guy has said on the show he's 5'10", and we're like, brother,
yeah,
we can see.
Yes, those heels will get you every time, brother. But you talk about a draft where he goes and he gets somebody like Neat Clifford, who he can, and I heard he's going to have some point guard duties. But he's 6'6", 6'7", type of guy. Then they go get Maxime Reynaud, who this is all we were asking. So I do think that was the beginning of Scott Perry starting to clean his room in his way. Now, there are things that you have to do. And to that point, 916, I remember, and if my mom's listening, I remember my mom was very specific in how she wanted the dishes ran, right? And we joke about it to this day. She would always want a soapy lather. Okay, so you would run the water, because she didn't want us to waste water. So you would run the water in the sink. You would then plug the sink. You would get the soapy lather, right? Lather everything up. Then move it over, okay? Move it over to the sink. Exit that water. Then fill it up with clean water. Rewash everything to get the soap off, and then it was done. I'm thinking, Mom, I'm just going to run the sink and just run everything under the sink. But I had to do it her way. And I said in my mind, obviously, because I didn't want to get smacked, you're lucky I'm even doing the dishes. I didn't even do these dang dishes. I was gone all day. But I had to do it her way, right? Now, my room, I could do my way as long as I did what I needed to be done. So to that point from the 916, yeah, there are certain things that Scott Perry is still having to do, I would say, Vivek's way. I think Dennis Schroder was both of them, because they did need a point guard. Let's not get it twisted. Scott Perry wasn't going to come in and blow everything up, but that part of that is because he knew he wasn't going to be able to do that. So I think that Scott Perry will get an opportunity to do it his way again, to move away from the dishes and the laundry and the room analogy, but he's just got to do some things to make ownership happy at first, and I think Dennis Schroder was part of that. And it gives Scott Perry time, right? This is a very tradable contract. Dennis Schroder's been on 10 teams for a reason, not because he's not good, because he is somebody that can plug and play and is always on a pretty good contract. So it's a perfect situation for Scott Perry, and it doesn't really hinder what he's trying to do. Like I said, it didn't bump them up to 42 wins where they're going to be stuck in the mid. As of right now, they're going to miss the playoffs.
Right, and just because people sign contracts like that doesn't mean that those contracts are now locked into place, right? Like if a trade comes along for, I don't know, Trae Young or Jamal Murray, like they can use Dennis Schroder to potentially acquire one of those players, right? Just because a player is signed doesn't mean that that player is now just locked in and now we've compromised our future completely. Right. That player still has value, even if they decide to really shake this thing up by trading 3, 4, 5 players at the deadline.
All right, Kyle, let's hear from Anthony Slater as far as this Jonathan Kuminga stuff and what he thinks is going to happen. He was on the Drive Guys yesterday. Go check that out on YouTube. Here it is.
Do you see a scenario in which Kuminga and Golden State mend the fences and he's actually on the roster this upcoming season?
I would say that's the likeliest scenario at this point, because I'm not sure he's going to get to, be able to muscle his way to a point where he gets the dollar amount that he wants, while also the Warriors get the trade package they want. Because that's the thing. A team like the Kings, for example, they not only have to, give the Warriors a sign and trade package that they agree to, but they also have to then commit to an amount of money to pay Jonathan Kuminga. You have to check both boxes. And If you don't, then either Kuminga's going to say no or the Warriors are going to say no. And it just doesn't seem like both of those sides seem a little bit dug in. And I just think it kind of works against each other. And my opinion is eventually they'll get to a compromise contract that, and I didn't even explain the base year compensation rule, which really complicates this. And I almost don't want to get into it because of, the CBA, and we could probably spend 20 more minutes on it. But I just think all of the market dynamics at play will lead him back to the Warriors at a compromise contract that can potentially be traded come December 15th when they can trade the full value of that contract.
There it is. There it is. And that the end of that is why I'm done. I'm done with there's no reason for the Warriors or Jonathan Kuminga. He can get his money on a shorter deal and get traded somewhere where he can really show out for his next big payday. That's in December. Now, maybe that's the Kings, bringing it back to the Kings. We know they don't wait long. I double-checked. Mike Brown fired. End of December, 31 games. So maybe by December 15th, hey, go get Kuminga. Let's pivot. I don't think that would happen, but maybe it's not about quote unquote pivoting, but if it's still a Malik Monk conversation, hey, let's go get that talent in the building. It might look a little bit wonky this season, but we're used to that anyway. Let's go get that talent and give ourselves, I would even argue, a younger runway. If they did do that and it was for Malik Monk, I would expect DeMar DeRozan to be moved as well. And at that point, I would say if you brought Kuminga in the building, at that point, you'd be talking to DeMar DeRozan, and if you're Scott Perry and you're prioritizing things, it would turn into, I don't necessarily feel like I have to be Danny Ainge and win every trade. We got Jonathan Kuminga. We got our, and I hope Whitey's listening right now, we got our Sonic and Knuckles. We got our Thunder and Lightning with Keegan Murray and Jonathan Kuminga. That's what's most important to us. Thank you for your service, DeMar DeRozan. We don't want to get fleeced on a deal, but we'd rather give them more runway and get them going this season and move on from DeMar DeRozan sooner than later if we're able to bring him in. Maybe I'm reading this wrong and they think that they can figure it out. I don't see that team making very much sense.
And a big part of it, too, is that it's more palatable to take on DeRozan's contract, not guaranteed for 2026, and already half played out. It's essentially a rental, right? At that point, you're trading for a rental, and you can trade one of your rentals. Like when the Warriors got Dennis Schroder last year, they just dumped DeAnthony Melton's contract onto Brooklyn, and it expired, and no harm, no foul, right? So it could have happened this offseason. A trade didn't materialize before the draft, and so the trade deadline would then make more sense if you want to go the route you're talking about, which is we're going to get Kuminga, and now we need to make room at the 3, and hey, DeMar, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
We have to go in this direction to get younger. Your contract is semi-expiring because it's not guaranteed for the 3rd year. Where do you want to go? We'll send you there. Thank you for everything you've done. We will send you to the place you want to go.
Right. And that's kind of the...
Or we'll send you to Washington and they'll buy you out and you can go wherever you want.
Right. So I think that other teams, because here's the thing about the Kuminga situation. We didn't hear any other reports. And I know I joked a lot about yesterday about, the Kings have all the leverage. The reality is it isn't like we've seen a lot of talk from other teams about Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know how much that will change by December. I don't know. If other teams enter the conversation, then we'll see. But there is a level, don't get me wrong, there is a level of, okay, Warriors, it's disrespectful, but what else is out there? Now, where I differed is I don't think, from what I've heard, that the Warriors, they would like to be done with this, but they wouldn't like to be done with it to the tune of Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and 2 seconds. And we can agree and disagree with Jason Anderson. If Devin Carter balls the hell out during Summer League, does that make the Warriors think, okay, we'll do it because he beat a bunch of college kids? I don't know. It just makes way more sense to do it in December, just like Anthony Slater said. Let's talk about the wins and losses, preseason win totals. How often are our teams over? How often are teams under? And more Kuminga talk if you want. Got a couple texts to read. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Oh no, stomach issues again? Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools. I thought it was my stomach. People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and essentially located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise Guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Is your AC on the fritz? Call Bell Brothers. Looking to replace your old unit with a 0% financing and no payments for 12 months on approved credit? Call Bell Brothers. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. We are the No Surprise Guys. Call today to get a free estimate on a new HVAC system, or simply schedule your $87 AC Precision tune-up to keep your system running smoothly. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes.
In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
"916 says Kuminga is just a younger version of Levine. No substance, all flash. Defense or heart. Just get out of my way and let me chase stats." I mean, I disagree, but like I said, this is why I thought that sit down with Anthony Slater was horrible. And what's funny is I don't even know if Kings fans know the half of it with Jonathan Kuminga. He's been on this for a while with, me this, me that. And I struggle with it because, I'm not trying to play down what the young brother might be able to do, but I don't necessarily agree with how he's going about it. I mean, you should feel like you're the best. You know what I mean? I came in to this situation out here in Sacramento and I got the job. So I felt pretty confident in myself that I'd be able to do a good job, but I didn't necessarily want to, even though I might've felt this way, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm better than this, that person or whatever, not just in Sacramento, anywhere, right? When I watch TV half the time and, I think, man, okay, all I need is an opportunity, right? But I understand that you got to put yourself in the right positions. You got to kind of earn your keep. Now, earning your keep looks differently nowadays. You don't necessarily have to go to Nebraska or Idaho unless you want to do traditional news television, but you got to earn your keep and that you got to prove it. You got to build a following, right? That's how it is in my realm. In Kuminga's realm, you have to prove to people that you are worth their money, you are worth their commitment, and you just balling out against the Timberwolves when they were essentially, I'm not going to disrespect them and say they were letting you score, but they were not tripping off your downhill drives. You haven't done enough. And that's not me, Allen Stiles. I'm not a nobody, but when it comes to basketball GMing and things like that, that's not me saying it. That's what, on top of the CBA, that's what the market is telling you. Yeah. You haven't done enough yet.
Well, and we talk about this second draft all the time of players who go from one team to the next and have a breakout or turn around their careers. But a lot of times it's in a role. It's not at what we're talking about with Kuminga, which is one of the number 1 or number 2 options.
Right.
And you can point to him being 22 years old all you want, and I get that. But if the Warriors, who are desperate for talent around Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green, if the Warriors are saying you're just not that guy, then what does that kind of say about Kuminga and his market? Like, even if he were to go to his ideal situation of a Washington or a Brooklyn, like, do we think in 3 years those teams are going to be playoff contenders? And if so, wouldn't they have found a player better than Jonathan Kuminga in the same way that Portland found a different player outside of DeAndre Ayton?
The whole conversation as well is that when you haven't done, I don't know if in Jonathan Kuminga's mind he's done more or if he just thinks his potential is great enough that he should be treated in a certain way, right? Again, going back to the whole media thing, you can go on when I see people, right, numbers on the board and Kenny Beecham, man, I sure would love to be on First Take. Well, Kenny Beecham got millions of followers. So it's not about potential. You have to put this stuff into practice. And on top of that, if you haven't fully put it into practice yet, you damn sure don't need to be talking like you have.
Yeah.
That's the other part of this. Not just what he's talking about, what he's also asking for, right? If there is another network or whatever, let's say a larger network, whatever, that wants to take a chance on me, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, this is the type of money I need. Yeah. Because I haven't shown anything on that level. Jonathan Kuminga is saying, I need 25 mil and I need to be your main scorer. Says who?
Well,
says who told you? Like we said, Benedict Mathurin was a sixth pick. You were a 7th. Why are you walking around like we owe you something? I think it's a level, and that runs, not to say that I agree with the 916, but this type of stuff rubs people the wrong way. And again, I'm not a GM, but it feels like it may be on top of just the money and how hard it is for a restricted agent. Now we got to deal with Mr. I need the rock all the time.
Well, I need the rock and want to be paid accordingly is tough when you don't have the resume to back it up. And there are examples where you go to a second team and it works out. The most shining one I could think of in the last 10 years is Brandon Ingram, right? Brandon Ingram floundering on some Lakers teams, gets to New Orleans, gets a chance to finally be a number 1, number 2, and makes an all-star team. Mm-hmm. And has had a very good career versus what he looked like in Los Angeles. Looked a little bit lost, a little bit dissatisfied with role, kind of similar to what we're talking about with Kuminga. When LeBron got there, Brandon Ingram kind of just got lost in the shuffle and was asked to play a role. But even to that point, Brandon Ingram was the same age Kuminga is now when he made that all-star team, right? If Kuminga is going to make this big leap, it's going to happen right away, as soon as you get to your next team. And with Sacramento, yes, you're asking him to be a number 2 scoring option potentially if he comes here and is the starting small forward, but he's also playing alongside Domantas Sabonis, which is such a unique situation because he's your best player, but his best skill set is not scoring. So it's even a more ideal situation for him to blossom in Sacramento and be a number 2 because you don't have to be the second best player to be the number 2 scoring option on the Kings.
When we return the 11 o'clock hour, we have another 30-minute set of commercial-free sports talk radio, and we kick off the 30-minute set with Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. A couple of all-stars to talk about, and we got some highs and lows for somebody's A's. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Skeeter here. Got a question. Looks small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day.
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
We are back, 11 o'clock hour. We're even in a little bit early, right before 11 o'clock. There you go, 30 minutes of commercial-free local sports talk radio coming at you. And what better way to kick it off than with our guy, Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, we had to skip last week, but we are so glad to have you back. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's good to be back. Hope everything's well.
Same with you. Okay. I know things are well as it pertains to a couple of the All-Stars that have been named. I actually, funny enough, was in Sutter Health Park getting ready for a River Cats game, and me and the rest of the production crew, we were watching ESPN, I think it was MLB Network, when they were naming everybody off in the control room. And when they named off Jacob Wilson, everybody started cheering. Let's just spend some time. I feel like we talk about Jacob Wilson all the time, but when you're doing the things that this kid is doing, there's a good reason. Talk about Jacob Wilson and his All-Star, not just All-Star appearance, starting in the All-Star game.
I mean, that just goes a long way to show what the kid has done this year. Rookie starter for the first time in a long time for the A's, and being able to get over the likes of like Bobby Witt and stuff like that. That's a testament of what he's done early in the year and for the most of the season. I mean, it's a special talent. The kid can hit. He's done a lot of good things. and sky's the limit for him. So it's a good honor for him to go out there and play amongst the best, because he was and is amongst the best this year so far.
Let's go to the other all-star now. This guy, a bit of an unsung hero. You know, you had some, and I was in the same building when he got signed. You had some signings that happened over the offseason, and maybe some of them were pressing a little bit. We talked about Lawrence Butler and guys starting to come around. Felt like we, as much as we talked about Jacob Wilson and Nick Kurtz, felt like we didn't talk about Brent Rooker enough. And here Brent Rooker is an all-star as well. Has he kind of been, is that kind of apropos for this season, a bit of an unsung hero?
Yeah, I mean, he's a pro, man. He's figured himself out in the last few years with us, and now he's just the middle of your lineup guy. That's, you know, what you're going to expect from Brent Rooker, you know. And I'm glad that they voted him in this year, because I thought he was snubbed last year for sure. And now he's recognized across the league as one of the best hitters and run producers that we have. So um, hopefully, you know, he's a lot more recognized than he's supposed to be, and he's gone out there and he deserves this honor. That's for sure. Feel like I lost somebody. figure out. You know what I mean? It's he signed up for it. He came and toured the stadium and knew what it was going to be about. But it also isn't the big leagues. You know what I mean? And I don't blame him at one bit. It's that the reality and the facts are it's not a big league stadium. But that being said, you know, he signed up to come up here. He knew what he was getting himself into. He's going to figure it out. You know, he's got too good of stuff. He's got too good of an arsenal. He's been too good of a pitcher for many years to not figure it out. And he's going to help this team win. You know what he said. He was just being honest with himself. I mean, does it look bad? Sure, it sounds bad, you know. But at the same time, he's one of those guys that, you know, he's going to go out. He's going to take the ball every fifth day. He's going to compete for you and give everything he's got.
Talking to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, it feels like we've gone through a couple waves here. You had that win streak a little while back, and then you had the losing streak. Now you're kind of sitting in that, you know, you're 4-6 your last 10 games, and it feels like you're trying to get over the hump. You're playing better baseball, but still trying to get over the hump. What's the feeling in the clubhouse as far as, okay, this is closer to maybe who we are? We still want to be better, but the ebbs and flows of the season, are there some things to feel good about here?
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. We're playing better baseball collectively as a whole unit. You know, we're pitching better. We're playing a little bit better defense. Our offense has been there all year. You know, you take away that big losing streak in the middle of the year, you know, or earlier on in the year, and we're right where we think we should be. You know, playing close to 500 baseball. That's what kind of our goal was, and trying to still, you know, end up better than we were last year. We're going to have to play a little bit better after the break comes back. But, you know, this team, like I said, I've been saying, has a big run in them still. You know, things are going to have to go right. Our offense will be there. We'll play better defense. Our pitching will get there. You know, we're going to get in a big run here and end the season where we want to be and where we should be. And yeah, is it disappointing? It is right now, but we still got a lot of time to figure things out and to continue to teach. You know, you forget about our roster. You forget when you look at our roster how young we really are. You know, I think at one point our whole team this weekend were A's draft picks, except for I think maybe Langoliers, who we acquired in a trade. So you look at that, and with player development and scouting, I mean, you're proud to see that the whole team out there on the field were A's draft picks. And then you look at our roster and you see the service time and how many years, a year if that. Jacob Wilson just barely got his first year. Of how long they've been here and how young they are, 23, 24, 22. So sometimes you got to step back because there's a lot of optimism early in the year and the excitement because we are an exciting team and we can do some things, but we're all still very young still, and you got to find a way to manage the season and prepare yourself and being big leaguers and going out there and understand that it's a grind every single day. You know, if things go right, they go right. But if they go bad, you got to find a way to get out there and figure things out. So there's still a lot to learn, and not necessarily just on the field, you know, but individually as players of how to be a big leaguer.
Talking to Coach Eric Martins. And speaking of figuring things out, Coach, we talked about this dude robbing home runs. How about him hitting them? Denzel Clark hit a ball that I'm not quite sure has even landed yet. Talk about Denzel and what he's kind of maybe what you're seeing and the coaching staff seeing as far as what he's figured out at the plate. Is it just he's feeling more comfortable? What are you seeing from our guy in center field and at the plate?
Yeah, that ball hasn't landed, and my ears are finally starting to come back because it was so loud. I mean, this kid is obviously, you see the talent in center field. He's figuring some things out at the plate. This kid does not really know. I mean, we know how strong he is if he just squares up a baseball. But, you know, fortunately for him, he's able to make these adjustments here in the big leagues with our big league coaching staff. So that's one of the things that we're fortunate about. He goes out there. We don't have to really worry about his defense. But if he can just find a way to be a little bit more consistent at the plate, you see what he can do. I mean, when he squares up a baseball, it's nothing like it. I mean, it's to all fields too. So, but that home run that he hit this weekend was loud, was far, it was short, it was direct. I mean, he had another at bat. I think it was on Sunday where he turned on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball in and hit it for a double. So you've seen the progress of Denzel Clark. You're seeing the progress of his path and him being a little bit more direct and finding a way to make more contact. So it's fun to watch, but it's also scary to think about if this guy figures it out on the offensive side of the plate.
Coach, he reminds me of, and I know he's not skinny per se, but he reminds me of, you remember that term? I never got called it. Remember when they would say, guy, and maybe you still say it, remember guys were wiry, right? And they would just kind of have that crazy pop for no reason. He reminds me of one of those guys. He's just a wiry athlete.
You hit it on the head. You see this guy in shorts and his legs are so defined, and that goes to the fact that, his mother was a Olympic track star and the workouts that he does, but he is strong, and he is wiry. You look at him and it's like, okay, you see the length. He's so long. He's so lean. And he's got that lean muscle mass, and he's got them square shoulders where you can see that he can also probably fill in a little bit more as he gets a little bit older, but I don't know if you want him to. But no, he's definitely strong. He's powerful athlete, that's for sure. And the way he works out like one of those guys. But he is a strong kid, but you look at him up close, you're like, this guy's pretty special. So,
Coach, you got the Braves coming to town. One of these teams, and there are a couple of them, the Braves, the Orioles, teams that just haven't really lived up to expectations, but still a scary team if they can get rolling. What do you have to do tonight and the next couple nights during this homestand to be on the right side of things?
Yeah, they're playing better baseball. They started off, they struggled early in the year, and they're playing catch-up as well, but they played better baseball over the last month or so. It's a talented team. You look across that line, you got Acuna, you got Michael Harris, you got, a couple of former Oakland A's where Matt Olson and Sean Murphy and shortstop Nick Allen, and they pitch well. So it's a good team. You're forgetting, the talent that they have, and we just got to go out and play our game. We've shown that we can compete with any team in this league if we play baseball the right way, offensively, defensively, and pitch. So, it'll be a fun series for our guys because, like I said, we've got a couple of former A's players on that team. But, we're on a stretch right now where we want to finish this first half strong, get into the break, and get some momentum going into the second half.
Coach Eric Martins, good luck tonight and the rest of the homestand. We'll talk to you again soon, and great stuff as always, Coach.
All right, man. Good talking to you. Miss you guys.
Coach Eric Martins, we miss you too, Coach. So great stuff there from Coach Eric Martins. 2 All-Stars for the Athletics. Jacob Wilson, shortstop in the American League. This is what I'm saying. Look, and yes, we asked him about Luis Severino, but all that stuff aside, all of that they're going to this is baseball, right? And right now, I know the Kings, there's a lot of talk, right? But and some leagues about to start. I get that. But this is prime baseball season. And in West Sacramento, about what 12 minutes from my house in the Toe. So if you're in Natomas or wherever you live, you might be an hour away from watching the hottest shortstop in the American League.
All of baseball.
Beat out Bobby Witt Jr.
Who's that schmuck who's starting shortstop for the National League? He's got nothing on Jacob Wilson.
Absolutely nothing. Brent Rooker going to be there as well. It's in Atlanta. I'm trying to finesse my way out there, by the way, but I'm running out of time.
Francisco Lindor, who cares about him?
So this is the positives. We can sit there and talk about all the awkwardness and who said this and who said that. This is the good side of it. You're getting to watch a stud. And if you watch him, the way he bats, it reminds me of Hunter Pence in that if anyone saw that, they would say, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, you'd
just be like, what is happening
here? Right,
here?
But when you hit, I would imagine, I think at Grand Canyon, he might have been in the 4s. He might have hit 400 at Grand Canyon. If not, he was damn close.
I'm sure in high school he was probably in the 4s and 5s.
Who's going to tell him to change when he's hitting 500?
Which is almost a throwback in a way. Like we were, gosh, I can't remember who was talking about trainers. Maybe it was LeBron was talking about having trainers and how like authenticity in the game has changed just because you're not out there just experimenting with stuff. Jacob Wilson's kind of a throwback in that way, and baseball probably more has more variance because of things like swings and defensive styles and things like that. But Jacob Wilson is unlike any player you're going to find in Major League Baseball for a variety of different reasons, one of which is his funky swing that leads to batting 350, which is, I think, right now second in baseball.
Yeah. So great stuff from Coach as always. And yeah, I think the biggest thing is just to, and I believe that most Sacramentans are doing a good job of it, is just enjoy it, right? If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go. It's, again, I think the theme of today's show is just simplicity, right? It's just simplicity. And as we talked about the Braves coming to Sacramento today, and I would assume, Kyle, they are way under their win total. That'd be, or on pace for their win total.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they're, last I checked, they were fourth in their division. I think they're third now because the Nationals have kind of fallen off, but
yeah,
they've got to be way below what they were expected.
So you have that win total. And as we switch over to the Kings and those win totals, we wanted to kind of give people, I think, hope on, some hope on what exactly we should expect. So we have some notes here from 2024 and 2025 teams that exceeded expectations as it pertains to their wins and what Vegas expected them to do. Okay. So in 2024, Vegas had the Rockets at 31.5. All right. And they got 41 wins.
This is 2 years ago.
The Timberwolves were at 44.5. They got 56.
And went to the conference finals.
The Pacers were at 38.5. They were at 47. And then it is worth noting that Pacers, the trade happened. That was when they got Pascal.
Yes, which there's going to be a couple of those in here.
Yes. So you have that. The Magic, they were set at 37.5, and they got to 47 wins.
Which was that year they were the 5 seed randomly and lost to Cleveland in the first round.
2024, obviously the Thunder, that's when they decided, yeah, we're going to be really good now. 44.5, they got 57 wins. Now,
yeah, they had the league MVP on their team.
In 2025, well, technically they didn't.
Well, not at the time.
Not at the time.
But if anyone's asking, wait, how did the Thunder jump 13 games over their expected win total? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is why.
So you have the Rockets, who, again, that's also a really low win total, right?
Yeah, right. There's levels to this.
There's levels to it as well. In 2025, by and large, the Pistons, 24.5. They got 44 wins. So that's just earth-shattering. And to me, and I'm not trying to just give a caveat to every one of these, but that was, we don't know. Oh, okay, cool. Cade leap year, right? Cade leap year, and the team hit on some things.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this team hated Monty Williams so badly that's why they went 27 straight losses.
The Blazers, 21.5. They get 36 wins. Denny Avdia, I don't really that random 10 game win streak.
21.5 was a little disrespectful.
It was.
But the back half of the season, they were a top 10 team in the West, which again is Denny Avdia and Shaedon Sharpe and Tamani Kamara. They were just an excellent defensive team the second half of the season.
Clippers, I don't even want to count the Clippers. They were at 35.5 and they got 50 wins, but that was basically Vegas saying, yeah, we don't trust that Kawhi is going to be healthy enough to get there, and we don't foresee a Norman Powell all-star snub season at 32 years old.
And then getting traded for John Collins. Because
and also Zubac with the career season.
Yeah, I mean, again, testament to them and that organization, but if you'll remember going into last season, this was at the time when Kawhi was pulled off of Team USA to go to the Olympics because of his knee injury. So they were like, if his knee is messed up and they pulled him off the team,
right?
What is going to happen when he gets back to start the season?
So I don't really count them.
But they hit on every piece. You mentioned Powell, Zubac, even Harden was an All-NBA player. Who had Harden making All-NBA?
Rockets, 43.5. They jump up to 52, which again is just Amen Thompson, Şengün. Şengün was an all-star. This is you're seeing a trend, right? Lakers 43.5 up to 50 wins. Luka, I think they were playing pretty well anyway, but they get Luka, and it kind of is what it is. They rocked and rolled there. So the trends are there's either a trade or a leap.
Or just disrespecting the Rockets.
Or yes. We'll put that in the leap category. So a trade or a leap. Now, and just as a note, 2023, the Kings were at 34.5, and they got 48 wins. The whole leap conversation is hilarious because I guess you could leap and unleap, because that was basically what that was the 2024 Rockets, right? Now, there was a trade, but obviously the season prior, but you had them jumping up. The Rockets jumped up 10 games, right? They were 41. They were set at 31.5. And then that next season, they were set at 43.5. So, hey, we think you'll win two more games. The Rockets said, we're going to do even better than that. And that's where the Kings started to regress.
Yes. And I think to that point, I think the answer is probably somewhere in the middle for a lot of these teams that make a giant leap, right? Mm-hmm. If you make a leap like the Rockets, we understand like there was a 10-win increase each year from what they were expected to do, mm-hmm. and then they traded for Kevin Durant, and now we think the Rockets are one of the best teams in the West, right? Mm-hmm. If you look at like the 2024 Magic, who jumped from being a below 500 rebuilding team to 47, they kind of came back down to earth a little bit this year, and then the Magic, who are kind of 1 year behind the Beam team's pace, instead of the Beam team trading for DeMar DeRozan, they traded for Desmond Bane, and Desmond Bane is essentially their DeMar DeRozan to try and make this thing work, which obviously we think Desmond Bane is a better and younger player, but that's more a question of whether Sacramento should have gone for DeMar DeRozan in the first place. There's levels to the jumps, because you then have to make subsequent moves to build on it, like the Thunder trading for Caruso or the Magic trading now for Desmond Bane.
So to kind of tie a bow on this, the Kings set at 38.5. You can get them at 37.5 in some places. They're either going to need, and again, with that lineup, I don't see a leap coming. And I guess the other part of this would just be really healthy, really hot. And that could be Beam team, right? Really healthy, really hot versus and I guess I almost want to stop talking about leaps until you see another year, right? Because I don't know that De'Aaron actually took a leap, because he has not played like that since. And we got some De'Aaron Fox talk as well. This Dylan Harper thing is not going away.
Fox talk.
But I don't know that I want to keep using the word leap until we see at least 2 seasons of it. The Rockets, we can now call that a leap. Beam team season, really healthy, really hot, right? So going into this season, I don't know if I'm expecting anybody to leap. I don't know where Keegan's going to leap with Zach LaVine and DeMar taking all the shots, but they could be really healthy, really hot, and I don't see them adding a piece that could, I guess you could still trade for somebody. I don't know, because Kuminga, I think you're going in the other direction simply because that would be a more of a foundational piece. But I think where we're looking is I'm adding 3 now. Trade, leap, really healthy, really hot. And I think we are hoping that the Kings, or maybe some of you aren't, because really healthy, really hot might get you to 7.
I might not even be that in the West.
That might get you to the top of the play. And so
look at the team in 2024, relatively healthy for 65 games, and they were going to be the 7 seed.
Yeah.
And then Malik Monk got hurt, and they were the 9 seed.
When we return, Russell Westbrook, is he on his way to Sacramento? And 916-339-1140, convince me why I should want Russell Westbrook on the Kings. Convince me, please. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag.
twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Xfinity TV is the best way to stream your favorite live sports, giving you an incredible viewing experience. From pregame to postgame, Xfinity gives you the best seat in the house with traditional TV, streaming stats and odds right from your TV.
July 4th savings explode at Maida's El Chrome Chevy. Save $10,750 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado half-ton LT and RST 5.3 in stock. Maida Chevy has similar savings on every new Silverado. One of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $10,750 off new Silverado. Exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Trading 2011 or new, not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Get ready to leap tall buildings in a single bound as DC Comics' Superman, the IMAX experience, flies onto the Esquire IMAX Theater 6-story screen in downtown Sacramento.
No matter what you do to me, Luther, your plans won't work.
The Man of Steel is back. It's the beginning of a whole new adventure for Clark Kent. Grab the family and experience Superman's new epic adventure filled with hope. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Superman, the IMAX experience, playing this week on the largest screen in Sacramento, the Esquire IMAX Theater. At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Oh no. Somebody is already saying the term that we cannot say, man. And I don't know, he might be listening at this point. Like I said, I got in trouble yesterday. I'm not getting in any trouble today, but somebody is using that term, the Westbrook term that he doesn't like, where you replace the brook with
I mean, you can say it.
B-R-I-C-K.
Just say Westbrook.
I'm not saying it.
I know he doesn't like that.
I guess I should say it if I don't want him on the Kings.
Sure. I don't know. The fact that he's even considering the Kings is funny after the I can't remember what sponsorship it was, but they did a like an ice cold player of the game years ago.
Oh yeah.
When Westbrook was on the Lakers.
Did he complain about that?
No, so he came back the next season with the Clippers and he pregame walked over to the people who ran the PA and was like, y'all think you were funny, huh? And he was like mad about it, like still upset about them doing that.
That's the thing that confuses me about Westbrook, that he gives off that he gives off that he would enjoy that joke, because he jokes and does the rockabye baby. That's my whole problem with him, is that he can dish it but can't take it. And I guess he just strikes me very much as, I can take it from other NBA players, but you are nobody and I am somebody, right? Didn't he have the quote? And I don't disagree with this quote at all. Hey, I made it from where I made it from, and now I'm in this position. I am a champion. And I think Stephen A. tried to roast him for it or something. But I agree with all of that as far as he's concerned. He's in the 1% now. You know, he won at life. My whole thought process, and you're probably going to call me out on this, Kyle, is that if I had that much money, I just don't know how annoyed I'd get at stuff like that. If I had that much, I just think I'd find everything funny.
I think Westbrook's a different level, though, because he might be the top of the list for wears his emotions on his sleeve basketball player. So, I mean, even with other players, even players have the reputation of kind of like, okay, this dude's a little bit crazy type of situation. Jeff Teague, who, again, his podcast is very funny, but he has a great story of one time. It was like Westbrook was taunting him and he was like, whatever, I don't care. And then Westbrook goes, that's the problem. And he's just like, okay, I don't know what to do with. Like, everyone's got silly Westbrook stories.
Yeah.
And I would say, while I do disagree with your point that it's not just that easy to let it just slide off of you because you have money, Westbrook is still a whole nother level.
Right. And look, I'm probably, because that's the Kevin Durant thing. Well, I have so much money, I'm just going to roast you back because why not? Because you can look at this a couple ways. But I would say, as far as going, hey, PA people, don't do that, because that's the type of stuff that I would even excuse the West being upset about the West BRICK stuff before I would excuse going up to the PA and saying, hey, don't make fun of me. Come on.
Well, it wasn't even that night. It was, so they did the Cold as Ice promo, which I guess was a sponsored segment that they did one time.
Now you're messing up our money.
Well, no, this is what happened, is that it went so viral when they did it. Like, this was like millions of views that the league, the guy who did it was on Jason Ross's show and Dave explaining the story. Like, the league called and was like, you can't do that anymore, right? You can't just taunt a player like that. And then, Westbrook never forgot about it.
So I actually got in trouble for not something similar, but kind of. So when I was doing it, it's a lot different with the Ballers and the River Cats, but I had a lot more leeway and used to test that leeway out there in Oakland with the Ballers. And what happened was somebody struck out and they would tell me to pump up the crowd. And I had the mic on at all times during the game. I think they were first season trying to figure out, hey, how close to banana ball versus normal indie ball do we want to get, right? And I'm trying to figure out.
They were just saying, let it fly.
Let's see how far we can go. And I think somebody just struck out and I said, we'll see ya, as he's on the mic and people are cracking up, or I said, throw him a chair or something as he's walking back to the dugout. Immediately got a text.
Being like, don't do that.
209 says, it wasn't a sponsored bit. Get the story right. All they did was play You're Cold as Ice. They were scolded by the league, not Westbrook. You have fact. Are you sure on that, 209?
We can go back and play the tape.
Are you sure?
The guy who did it went on Jason Ross's show, and I'm almost positive it was a sponsored segment.
It was sponsored or not sponsored, I don't care. But did Westbrook say something or not?
Westbrook said something the next year when he came. Yeah. So he was on the Lakers at the time. The next year he came back on the Clippers and said something to the guy.
And again, do we think they were scolded by the league, not Westbrook? Do you think the league just came, hey, don't do that? Come on.
No, there was a phone call.
No, I understand that, but we have to confirm whether or not Westbrook was a part of this.
Not the league telling them they can't do it anymore, but Westbrook definitely came up to the guy the next year, not when it was happening, but the next year was like, I didn't forget about that.
Look, I wasn't here yet. 209, what's your source, man? What's your source? Kyle's going to have to do some digging here because we don't want to, if it's not accurate, I don't care whether it was sponsored or not.
No, this is accurate. The story was told on the morning show.
209, what's your source? Stand on business. Kyle is standing on business, okay?
I got to go back and find the clip.
And the whole reason I'm avoiding talking about this because I don't want Russell Westbrook on the team.
You don't want to?
I don't want to talk about the basketball part of it. And we're seeing 530 say from Joe in the 530, Allen, I would take Westbrook in a minute. He's a dog who plays hard. This team needs more players like that. I know he's a dog. I know, but you got Dennis Schroder. So right now it would be Dennis Schroder, Russell Westbrook, and Devin Carter.
Potentially as your point guards.
Yeah. Wings, Levine, DeRozan, Ellis, Monk, Devin Carter, still Devin Carter, Nick Clifford, power forwards, Keegan, Dario, and Isaac Jones. Jeez Louise. That just took a crazy turn. No disrespect, but
for power forwards specifically,
that just
Dario Saric and Isaac Jones.
That's just crazy. Like that's my problem, though. We're talking about that for power forwards. That we don't need Russell Westbrook. We need someone to help Keegan.
Chris Boucher,
go get him.
Trey Lyles,
go get him. Biggs, DeMontis Sabonis, Maxime Moreno, and Drew Eubanks. The bottom. The front court just goes in a completely different direction.
Yeah, we literally would have 8 point guards or wings in the rotation and 3 power forwards and bigs and maybe 2 depending on Maxime Reynaud.
How about this? 38.5. They got the MLE for their MP3, the Kings do.
On their DVD.
You add Russell Westbrook today, 38.5. How much does Vegas change their win total?
37.5.
See, Kyle's trying to get his you know what whooped. I'm not trying to.
By Westbrook?
By Westbrook.
I'll take my chances, you know.
40. I think it would go up 2 games, 40.5.
No, I don't think Westbrook is that much of a needle mover because we're assuming that Schroeder is going to be the starting point guard, right? Like, even if you bring in Westbrook. So what are Westbrook's 15 minutes per game?
It's the dog. That's just dog.
Dog is worth 2 wins in Vegas? I guess it makes sense only if a bunch of people are going to be like, they've got Westbrook. Now we got to take the over. I mean, I wouldn't.
916 says, oh no, Kyle. 916 says Westbrook actually liked the PA thing. You're going to have to do some homework.
I'm not saying he did or didn't. I'm just.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just pointing out a year later, he came back and
we got to get this story straight. We got to get this story straight, man.
Text Jason Ross.
Call Jason Ross on the other side. Will you do that, Kyle? Text Jason Ross saying, hey, we're going to call you in about 10 minutes. Are you asleep? I don't think Jason sleeps, by the way.
I don't know what Jason does.
We're going to get Jason Ross on the phone. We're going to get this figured out. Did Kyle stand on business or not when we return? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When you're hiring, Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
All right. Jason Ross has joined us. Jason is busy. We are not going to waste Jason's time, so we are going to get right on into it. Jason, we appreciate you working a little overtime. Jason, we're trying to figure out what happened with the Russell Westbrook situation with the cold as ice. Was he upset about it, or was it the league? What do you remember from all that?
What I remember, Alan, is the Kings at one point had a sponsor, and they had the cold as ice player of the game. Identified Westbrook as one of the players, would play cold as ice every time he shot, that kind of thing. And then I think word got back to the league as well. And I think Russ may have complained about it, but the league was kind of like, "Hey, man, you guys can't do that." So
wow.
It was kind of a combo thing. And then, the story then took on another layer, even up to this last season.
So Russell Westbrook, to your knowledge, did not think, "Oh, that was witty, that was funny." He was not thrilled about it.
He was not thrilled about it, to the point where this year, part of what made it so funny was Westbrook, as a member of the Nuggets, obviously remembered it. Obviously, it had an impact on him. Was talking to some of the people courtside about it and wanted to know who was responsible. And then they were so great, they said it was, Dan Spackman, who's been doing it for years, upstairs, up by where the media section is up there. And so Russ, basically got on the headset, talked to Dan, and, had fun with him, kind of was, using some expletives, let's say, and calling Dan out. But in the end was kind of laughing about it, and they had a good time with it.
Got it. Okay, so time kind of healed all wounds. But the fact that he's still talking about it is crazy. All right, Jason, thanks so much. I know you're running around, so we really appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. The last part of it, though, what was great is so Russ is going through his warm-ups this year at Golden 1, and after this interaction, it was kind of like Dan was freaking out, like, oh, man, Russ is really mad. Calms him down. Russ is playing with him like, okay, that's, we're good. Each side's good. And then Russ was warming up. I think he was the only Nugget player out there. And, of course, I think he missed one of his first shots, and then Dan fired up, "You're as cold as ice." And, I think Russ gave him a gesture from courtside all the way up there. But, yeah, I think they're all having some good fun with it.
Wow. Jason Ross to save the day. Thank you, Jason. We'll talk to you.
You got it, Alan. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Kyle, I guess
Vindicated.
everybody's kind of right.
Yes, I'm vindicated. A,
Yes.
it was sponsored.
It was sponsored.
B, the league shut it down after it went mega viral.
Right, but that's what yes, text line did say the league did shut it down. The question was it sponsored?
Yes.
Did the league shut it down or did Westbrook lead that charge? Which I'm still not really quite sure on. It sounds like Westbrook was mad, but then time kind of healed all wounds.
But Westbrook didn't have to snitch for the league to know, because if I remember, I think I was like barely, I might not even have been working here at this point, and I remember it going that viral. Like, it was like millions, because this was on the Lakers when everyone was hating on Westbrook.
I'm trying to help you out. I'm saying at that time, Westbrook didn't have to, he didn't have to complain to the league about it because it went viral. But he was not happy about it. At that time.
No. And then I thought it was Clippers. I didn't realize it was this year when he was on the Nuggets.
Yeah.
He was still thinking about it.
You know what?
3 seasons after?
I'm kind of flipped. I think I like Russell Westbrook more because I probably would do something like that.
You now want him on the Kings because he would still...
Like, that's what we need. We need someone to be upset, right? Just be annoyed.
Hold a years-long grudge.
I like grudges.
You want to talk to the man responsible for it. You want to talk to the manager 3 years later. That's the energy we need on this team.
I think we are missing that. I think it's one too many guards, wings, whatever you want to call it. But somehow that's endearing to me. I've actually flipped my stance. The West BRICK stuff.
You can say Westbrook.
I'm not saying it.
I don't know.
I'm not saying it, but that story is actually endearing to me.
Yes, it's great.
It's great.
It's so
bring him to Sacramento. I don't know how anything will work
for our 9-guard lineup.
Oh man,
it literally would be a 9-guard lineup if you count Terrence Davis, who I don't know if Terrence Davis is going to be on the team or not. But if you count him, that's literally a 9-guard lineup the Sacramento Kings can roll out.
If they brought in Russell Westbrook, do you think we joked about the snake draft when it came to the coaching staff and how Scott Perry added somebody to the coaching staff and then Doug Christie added someone to the coaching staff? Do you think Scott Perry is in the midst of just multiple snake drafts where the coaching staff snake draft ended, but he's in a continuing snake draft with Vivek Ranadive to where, and I also don't think that Vivek would mind Russell Westbrook because he's got a brand, but is this a situation where Scott Perry, very similar to the Monty McNair stuff, this is Scott Perry saying, I know it might not make a ton of sense on the outside, but I think this team needs him.
I think if you took away the name Russell Westbrook and said they're signing a backup point guard for 1 year and $8 million, I don't think people would have as much of a strong opinion about it.
So you don't think Schroder and the crew, you still got Malik Monk on the team, by the way.
Sure. I'm just saying if it was, to your point about Scott Perry or Doug Christie, I think it's probably a Scott Perry addition in the sense that they wanted both of them at the start of free agency and had been pursuing that. I just think if it were Dennis Schroder and Corey Joseph, I know Corey Joseph has a strange history in Sacramento, but if I made it Dennis Schroder and Corey Joseph or Dennis Schroder and Trey Jones, I don't think people would have the same type of emotional reaction one way or another as it is with future first ballot Hall of Famer Russell Westbrook, who's bounced from 7 teams in 7 years.
Yeah, I think the Schroder part of it, I thought it would be two older guys. To your point, I thought it would be 2 older guys or an older guy and a much younger guy. I didn't think it would
or
be
a draft pick.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I didn't think it would be. I didn't see the option of guy that's pretty much still in his prime in Schroder, lower tier guy in his prime, and older point guard as well. I didn't see that. I would just say, yeah, if you were going to do the Schroder thing, and we know, Nick Clifford's going to play some point guard as well as Devin Carter. I just feel like you have 2 stopgaps, but 2 stopgaps that are going to hinder your current guards from possibly improving as point guard. So it's kind of confusing to me what you're trying to accomplish.
But do you even want those guys to be true point guards?
Clearly
right?
not.
Because next draft, there's going to be a new batch of point guards available, and maybe they take that one, or maybe they trade for Trae Young or something like that.
And we're going to spend some time on the Devin Carter conversation in the 12 o'clock hour about him being the point guard. There were reports that he's been the point guard at these practices and he'll be the point guard in Summer League. I just want y'all to remember that was Keon Ellis last season. Keon Ellis was the guy where, hey, he's going to take all the reps at point guard during Summer League, and he's going to he's going to be that backup that the Kings need. And that's no slide on Keon. I'm just saying it didn't happen in that time period. And I'm not saying Keon and Devin Carter are the same people. I'm just saying I don't know how much we're going to learn about Devin Carter as a point guard during Summer League. That's my point.
Well, especially
and you still got Mason Jones, who's going to be point guard a little bit as well.
I mean, I guess, but the Kings only of the main rotation players, the Kings only have 1 true point guard right now. And Dennis Schroder, as good of a player as he is not going to be playing 35, 40 minutes per game. He might not even close down the stretch. I mean, we talked about this with Chris Paul and Tyus Jones and other guys. They might not even be closers. So I still feel like there is a need for ball handling, whether that's a tried and true point guard like Westbrook, or it's the Nick Clifford, Devin Carter, let's figure out if they can run point, or if it's DeRozan or Levine being primary ball handlers. When Malik went down late in the season last year, it was Zach LaVine doing a lot of ball handling for them. So they're going to have to find some other primary ball handler outside of Dennis Schroder, and Westbrook is the name that's available, right? It's not going to be Chris Paul. Tyus Jones went somewhere else. Westbrook is the name that's available right now, and maybe they go that direction.
When we return, could Summer League be a tryout for Devin Carter as a point guard or for other teams? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We weren't sure adoption would happen for us, but when it did, it happened threefold.
Mary and her husband first met their 3 children when they became their foster parents. Little did they know that their house would become the siblings' forever home.
We had to help them adjust to the idea that they wouldn't have to leave. Children in foster care have lived and survived so much. We had to help them process their trauma. And now to hear our children say that they know they have a mother and father who take care of us, teach us, and love us means everything.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is committed to finding safe, permanent homes for the longest waiting children in foster care.
I not only love these kids, I am just so proud of them.
You can help. Visit davethomasfoundation.org.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Jacob Wilson has missed a couple games with that right hamstring soreness, but the belief is he could return at some point during the A's homestand. Zach Geloff, out with that stress reaction in his ribs, has played a couple games for the AAA Las Vegas squad and also should be returning during the A's homestand. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trix Racing Games, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We weren't sure adoption would happen for us, but when it did, it happened threefold.
Mary and her husband first met their 3 children when they became their foster parents. Little did they know that their house would become the siblings' forever home.
We had to help them adjust to the idea that they wouldn't have to leave. Children in foster care have lived and survived so much. We had to help them process their trauma. And now to hear our children say that they know they have a mother and father who take care of us, teach us, and love us means everything.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is committed to finding safe, permanent homes for the longest waiting children in foster care.
I not only love these kids, I am just so proud of them.
You can help. Visit davethomasfoundation.org.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Got to update a couple updates. So first things first, on Jonas Valanciunas, by the way. Jonas Valanciunas, apparently his agent notified the Greek squad that he wanted to leave the NBA, but never communicated that same desire with the Nuggets. Okay, so at what point did the Kings hear rumblings of this, that, and the third? Now, from EuroHoops.net, his first public comments on his desire to leave the NBA. Here are the quotes from Jonas Valanciunas. You can say anything. A lot has already been said. All kind of thoughts. The bubble bursts. Everyone shared what everyone thinks. We'll only find out when the first game is played. Everything will be clear. When the trade is finalized, we'll come up with a plan. Denver will express their wishes, how they think, how they see it, medical, other details. That will depend on the team. It sounds like he is still trying to he did not say, you know what? I'm under contract. I'll just play in Denver.
No.
Does not sound like that.
Because he doesn't want to. That's kind of the whole point of this story. He wants to go play for Greece.
Do we know why, though?
Why he
it's not like he got sent to Charlotte or something.
No, I would assume this was probably the case before. I don't think he got traded one day and was just like, oh, now I want to go play in Greece. I think this had been in the works all summer.
Maybe, right. And the Kings maybe were more privy to that. Or it was a matter of, hey, maybe we know him and Domantas Sabonis are really close. Maybe it was, I get to play with my boy. But if I don't get to play with my boy, then you know what it is? You're playing pickup, and you go and you meet up with your boy, and you're playing pickup, and your boy has to go pick up his girl, or he's got something to do, and the team asks, hey, do you want to run one more? Or you don't necessarily have to leave, but you don't really want to play with them because your boy bounced, so you just say, I'll just dip.
Yeah.
I'll just dip.
Well,
he was there to play, and then once he got, I don't know. We don't. That's the question, how much the Kings do know or not know. He was kind of wavering on it, and then he maybe would have stayed if he was staying in Sacramento with Sabonis once he got traded, which I think probably both things were happening around the same time. He probably heard, I might be on the move. Okay, well, then I'm out.
I suspect that Sacramento had some sort of inkling that this is what he wanted, only because, one, the trade was so out of nowhere, but two, this was essentially a salary dump, right? They didn't get any draft picks. They didn't get any compensation for him. It was just Dario Saric for Jonas Valanciunas, which Denver wanted to just give away Dario Saric. So
they didn't play the man. Play the man.
Yeah. So this was a straight salary dump by the Sacramento Kings, which leads me to believe Sacramento probably knew that Valanciunas was at least hinting towards or leaning towards wanting a buyout of his contract to go play in Europe. Now, the fact that wasn't communicated to Denver before they made the trade, I don't know. And why Denver still went through with it even after that fact, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But this is going to end with him getting bought out by the Nuggets, because if he wants to leave and is willing to give back all the money, it's going to end with him going to Denver. Going to Greece.
Yeah, 530 says this was a story last week too, so Denver had time to void the trade if they wanted to, right? Kings shouldn't be on the hook for anything. Yeah, that's a good question. As far as the Kings, I haven't seen any reports of the Kings being on anybody. There's been no rumblings of that. So I think the Kings they've wiped their hands of it. I've seen nothing. So I don't think the Kings are caught up in any sort of way.
Well, that was the reporting too, is the trade was on July 2nd. They had until July 6th to void the trade. And Denver was like, nope, we're just going through with it.
Yeah.
Which I think is part of even if he leaves, they just got off of Dario Saric's contract, which they didn't want anyways.
Yes, it feels like they would be upset, but clearly not that upset. All right, as we discuss the upcoming season and what could Summer League look like, this is from the Sacramento Bee. This is from Jason Anderson, and really the conversation is about Devin Carter essentially trying out right now. A lot of this excerpt from Jason Anderson's article, which is on the Sacramento Bee, be sure to check that out and subscribe. A lot of this is about the Kuminga deal, which is getting close to a banned subject, but I think it is really for all teams, not just the Warriors and a possible Kuminga deal, because I don't personally think the Warriors are going to say, we didn't know Devin Carter could do that. Let's do the deal now. I don't see that happening, but I guess weirder things have happened. This is what Jason Anderson writes. The Golden State Warriors might want to watch Carter closely as he emerged as a central figure in trade talks for Jonathan Kuminga. According to sources with knowledge of the situation, the Kings have proposed a sign and trade deal that would send Carter, Dario Saric, and 2 second-round draft picks to Golden State. The Warriors balked at that proposal, but the Kings are still viewed as Kuminga's, quote, strongest pursuer, according to Athletics' Anthony Slater. Golden State reportedly wants a good young player and a first-round pick for Kuminga. Carter could be viewed as both, as a 2024 lottery pick who logged less than 400 minutes last season. So, like I said, a lot of this is geared towards the Kuminga deal. I don't know. I just doesn't seem very Warriors-y to me to be out on to balk at a deal. I just feel like they would be admitting that they didn't do their homework if they balk at a deal. Devin Carter has a good summer league, which again, as an older rookie like he was last season, and now coming into this season where he got NBA time, he had some flashes that the Warriors, unless he drops 50 a game, the Warriors say, hey, you know what? This actually isn't a bad deal. Let's do it. I don't see that happening. Now, he might gain some value to where it's maybe they were, hey, we don't even want Devin Carter. We don't think Devin Carter could help us. The conversation starts at Keon, or the conversation starts at a first, whatever it is. Maybe if Devin Carter has a good summer league, it's okay. Dario, Devin Carter, and a pick swap, right? Or something like that. But I don't see the Warriors completely changing how they feel about the deal because Devin Carter has played well against guys, a lot of guys that he's older than, besides John Elmore and Mason Jones.
John Elmore, 29-year-old John Elmore is going to be
and they're on the same team, so we can't even go at John Elmore.
No, but John Elmore is going to be the reason that Devin Carter's dishing dimes to the 29-year-old.
Right. Hey, this guy can create a little bit.
Yeah.
He's got John Elmore, looking like Steph Curry.
So I think your point is additionally true when you add in the fact that if Golden State is able to essentially force Kuminga back for a few months and then they make the trade at December 15th, the options for the Warriors expand more because they could then package Kuminga as part of a larger deal to go get someone else, right? So if, let's say it's the 3 years, $75 million that Anthony Slater brought up on the Drive Guys yesterday, at that point, they could then package Kuminga and someone else to get Chris Middleton.
Yes.
Or they could package those two together to go get Michael Porter Jr. out of Brooklyn, right? There's different things they could do, which is what Brett Siegel was talking about yesterday on the show, which is that the deadline creates A, urgency, and B, different options that don't exist right now because of the restricted free agency rules. So if you're Golden State, you're not saying, hey, this is the best offer we have on the table now. We're not going to take it because there could be a better offer available in 3 months. And if that's I bet you the Kings offer is still going to be on the table in 3 months too, if they're able to force Jonathan Kuminga back for a very uncomfortable 3 months, just everyone gritting their teeth and playing together.
I think Devin is handling this the right way. He said, he was kind of asked about it, and these are tough conversations to have. My pops played, here's a quote, my pops played for 13 years, Carter said. He's been traded a lot. I just talked to him about how he handled it. That will stay between us, what me and my pops be talking about. But I just come into work every day, obviously thankful for the opportunity to be here, show up with a ready-to-work mentality all the time. It is what it is. It's a business. So, like I said, he's saying the right things. And, when it comes to the opportunities that he is going to have, again, Jason Anderson says, Sacramento Kings guard Devin Carter worked as the primary ball handler in practice today. This was yesterday. Sounds like he might be the team's starting point guard in Summer League. So to the 916, you know who you are, because I saw you on the text line earlier today, who continue to defend Devin Carter. To everybody that has said, Allen, you are a hater on this Devin Carter situation, I'm going to be there, and we going to see. We going to see. And I want it to work. I'm just telling you what I saw from the Providence tape. That's all. But we're going to see. I'm going to be there Saturday. That's the game. I will be there in person on Saturday.
To watch Elmore in the gang.
Elmore in the game. I got my Elmore jersey ready.
Elmore and Caitlin Clark's boyfriend's brother?
That's right. Patrick McCaffrey. Then I'll do the show somewhere in Vegas on Monday, TBD. And
live from the Strip.
Yeah, and I love it. And then I head back Monday night after the show. But, we're going to see what Devin can do as a primary ball handler. And again, this is against Summer League. So this is not even the full level of G League. This is Summer League. So I hope that it looks good. All right, Kyle, let's hear from Devin Carter, a couple things from him, what he's looking to get out of Summer League, and then we'll also play how he feels about playing point guard. Here it is.
Honestly, just, working on my game against live competition. Summertime, you really just get in the gym. You don't really have a lot of opportunity to get quality, like 5-on-5 runs too much. So just looking for the opportunity to play against other great people. So it's a big opportunity, like you said, I missed Summer League last year, missed the first 30 games, missed a lot of practices. So, it was just a rough first year, I guess you could say, injury standpoint and just availability standpoint. But, I'm definitely looking forward to it. So, I could handle the ball. It's just I've never been put in a position, like in college or high school, to be the designated point guard. I've always been like a combo guard. I can play off ball, but I can play on ball too. It was really more so just reads with me and, constructing the team, getting us into what we need to do. I think that was more like the biggest, what I need to work on.
I've never been the designated point guard. I just want everybody to listen to that.
I could handle the ball. It's just I've never been put in a position, like in college or high school, to be the designated point guard.
That's what we've been trying to tell you.
He's saying he can do it.
He can do it. He can.
Apparently, even though he's never done it.
Second baseman, I can play shortstop. Third base, I can play shortstop, but I'm probably better at second.
I could handle the ball. It's just I've never been put in a position, like in college or high school, to be the designated point guard.
I was not trying to hate on him. I knew he said that before. He said that before. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. But this idea, and maybe going back to the Westbrook thing, to be fair, maybe this turns into, hey, we don't have our point guard of the future on the team. We don't have it. So let's get through this season, and Scott Perry's thinking our future point guard is out there somewhere.
I could handle the ball.
That's it.
He's your future point guard.
I could handle the ball.
He is a combo guy, and I like that. But and I'm not saying, like I said, I didn't want Walter Clayton Jr. I don't think you need to go sell the farm or whatever to go get, now we need a point guard. What's the level of combo-ness, right? When you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I don't know about you, Kyle, but I like more peanut butter on my peanut butter and jelly sandwich than jelly. Yeah. I'm more peanut butter.
Slather that jelly on there.
You're a jelly guy. Is he more of a 2 than a 1? Which is it?
I could handle the ball. It's just I've never been put in a position, like in college or high school, to be the designated point guard.
He's never been a point guard. He's never been a point guard.
He's never been put in a position.
He's never been put in a position
to be the designated point guard.
916-339-1140. More jelly on your peanut butter and jelly sandwich or more peanut butter?
Oh, slather that jelly on there.
I'm more peanut butter. I'll go smooth or crunchy. And Kyle is more jelly. What type of jelly, Kyle?
Oh, you can throw.
And don't say the wrong thing.
You can throw any jelly at me. You can throw grape. You can throw raspberry.
Can you cut that? That's crazy.
You can any jelly. Toss all the jelly in my mouth.
Okay.
You give me the grape. Give me the raspberry. Give me the blueberry.
It's strawberry and grape. Come on, what are we doing here? It's strawberry jelly.
I love me some raspberry. I'll throw that out there.
It's strawberry jelly, and that's just what it is. And now we're getting boysenberry. Amid rock is fancy.
Good.
Okay,
that's a quality berry. I will say boysenberry. Doesn't get enough love.
I'll go raspberry. Don't get me wrong. Runwood Fox says strawberry, just no grape. Yeah, no. We out on the grape, and
throw a little marmalade in there.
We'll read some others, but no, seriously. A lot of people thought that I was trying to hate on Devin Carter. There are more quotes. I heard this. He said this before. Now, Kings fan Dan is on the Sack Chat saying, Allen, before you became a radio host, did you believe that you could do it? Well, of course I did. And I appreciate you comparing me, but do I think it's as easy to become a radio host based on belief than I do to become a point guard in the NBA? I think it might be a little bit harder to become a point guard in the NBA. And I don't even know here's the thing. I don't even know if we're arguing the right thing. I don't believe that Scott Perry feels like any of his young guards or wings or whatever the hell we're calling them today I don't believe he thinks any of them are the point guards of the future. I think that he is just hoping they can get to a place where they are serviceable, because Keon Ellis being set at 1.5 assists on Prop Talk is craziness, is insanity. That can't be. That means you are not a playmaker, and Keon's not. So they are saying, can we find another playmaker in case whether we move off of Malik Monk or not? Do we have a playmaker under the age of 25 on this roster? Maybe not a point guard, but do we have because Keon Ellis is not a playmaker right now. And I don't know that he'll get there. He's not even playing Summer League. He shouldn't be playing Summer League. But we know what Keon is. Hey, Devin, are you a playmaker? It's not just going to be Devin. Nick Clifford, are you a playmaker? Can we find it's not about the point guard. They're going to always, and we said this, point guards, not the same as running backs, but getting closer to that. There's always going to be a Tyus Jones or a Dennis Schroder running around. Do we have a playmaker on this team under the age of 25?
Well, and this is the tough thing about bringing that back to the Westbrook point, which is at this stage of his career, all Westbrook does is make plays.
Yeah.
That he can't do anything else. He cannot shoot.
Well,
he actively cost teams games by making fouls.
That was just a 2-game stretch.
Got a coach fired.
Can we look up I know baseball has wins above replacement. How many games did Russell Westbrook win for the Nuggets versus lose?
There's an expected win-loss record. I don't know. I don't know if they have it for players, but the point is, if you're getting Westbrook, all he does is play make, which at that point you're telling Devin Carter, you're a combo guard because we're never going to need you to play make. And you're telling Nick Clifford, you're going to be a 3-and-D wing playing backup small forward because we don't need you to play make. We can have Levine do it sometimes in spurts. Yeah. We can have DeRozan do it sometimes in spurts, but ultimately we're going to have one of Schroeder or Westbrook on the floor pretty much at any given time.
And I think that's my larger point. And going back to the whole tryout thing, is it about play? And I definitely am not saying to move on from Devin Carter, but based on what you just laid out, and Westbrook is not on the team yet, but even without him on the team, between Levine, DeRozan, and obviously Dennis Schroder, how much playmaking is going to be available for Keon Ellis, for Devin Carter? So how much of this summer league stuff, to Jason Anderson's point, is about, he can play make a little bit too for wherever he may be headed or whoever may be looking for him.
Well, and this is the underlying point about a lot of this stuff is, let's say you don't even bring in Westbrook.
And I didn't even say Malik Monk.
Well, that's
as well.
That was the point that I was going, is that, and this is more of a Doug thing once we get into the season, but at least for those first 2 months before they potentially switch up the roster at the trade deadline, one of those players is not going to play, or they're going to only play as a garbage time player. I don't know if that's going to be Devin Carter, Nick Clifford, Malik Monk gets Kevin Herter.
Well, that's not.
One of those guys just can't play because there's just not enough minutes on the floor for all of them, unless they're going to be playing DeRozan at the 4 again, which we know was awful the last time that they tried it. So
yeah, Nick. You would guess this is the biggest battle, and this takes me back. Okay, This takes me back to De La Salle High School with 9 other outfielders who are all taller than me and finding a way to power through. This is tryouts. This is fun, man. We're going to get Neat Clifford because we know it's a thing.
Yeah.
We know it's a thing. That Devin Carter should have a damn chip on his shoulder. Neat Clifford's coming in. And Devin Carter, yeah, he's a little bit bigger than me. But I understand if I was able to play last season, right? There's just enough redundancy there where Devin Carter says, if I did what I feel like I could have done last season, I don't know that they go with Neat Clifford. So I'm now and I'm in trade talks.
Yeah.
For goodness sake. I'm taking that personally. Neat Clifford, look, man, and that's a funny thing with these drafts. And I know the transfer portal can switch things up, but a lot of these dudes never seen a bench. A lot of these dudes haven't seen a bench. Maybe they saw a bench once or twice.
Well, Neat Clifford has, if you know his story.
I know that, Kyle. Yeah. My larger point is that they're going at it. They're going at it because they know that the math is what it is.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to fight out that last spot.
Unless one of them is going to be able to back up Keegan. And I'm not saying like back up like they can't mix and match. It's just who's going to play the 4 when Keegan's off the floor? Is it going to be Neat Clifford or is it going to be either Maxime Reynaud or Isaac Jones or someone who's not even on the roster right now? Or Dario Saric. I shouldn't say Dario Saric.
I mean, if you look at Neat Clifford's build, he's not as tall and how much Jake LaRavia played everywhere. And that's why that was the initial comp, the Swiss Army knife stuff. Jake LaRavia is a little taller than Neat Clifford, but if Jake LaRavia messed around at the 4 a little bit, maybe Neat could slide in there.
I mean, maybe, but people were saying coming out of the draft, I mean, he's a wing. His position is
everybody's
wing,
a wing.
But some people were saying he's more of a 2 than even a 3. And so
I didn't hear that. I never heard that.
I'm hearing that.
No, never heard that. He's a hardy 3.
Wings are wings, but the bottom line, he's not a forward. He's a wing. And this is and this is the tough. Again, I don't know the answer yet because I haven't watched enough Neat Clifford, and B, they haven't even gotten to training camp. But if they're coming in with 8 guards, they obviously can't play all 8 guards.
No.
So someone is either going to have to become a forward, i.e. Neat Clifford or possibly Devin Carter, but more likely Neat Clifford.
Yeah.
Or someone's just not going to play.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Devin Carter, he's trying to come into, you're all in the same house, but Devin, you get the Airbnb. Hey, I get the master bedroom. Devin Carter, he's trying to take the master bedroom from you because it's supposed to be you, Devin Carter. You're in trade talks.
You're a lottery pick who was supposed to be a top 5 pick.
Right. You're a lottery. You're 13. You were the steal of the draft. You were untouchable in Cam Johnson conversations.
Oh, that sounds so stupid now.
Now, again, I don't know that he actually was, but Kevin O'Connor said I would not include Devin Carter.
No, that was the deal breaker. It was they wanted to do Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles in a pick, and Brooklyn said we got to have Devin Carter.
Hey, it's like BC versus AD before Perry and after Perry. I don't remember anything before Perry. BP, I don't remember, or BS. I don't remember BP, or I just don't recall. I don't recall.
It's all a blur, wasn't it?
It's all a blur.
Those 4 months were crazy, huh? Between I guess I should say before December to March was all just a blur, huh?
It's all a blur. And something that we hope gets a little bit less blurry is the Keegan Murray extension as Paolo Banchero gets the Brinks truck loaded up. What does that mean for Keegan? You know how it goes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sepp Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sepp Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
From the 530, I think this is Joe from the 530. Yeah, it is. Alan, you have me confused. Are we letting the young guys play or are we trying to make the playoffs? Forget the season and let the young guys develop. You forgot Ellis. Trade Carter for as much as you can get and move on. Joe from the 530. Yeah, I'm confused too. I think Whitey Gleason last week said that the Kings are attempting some like a soft launch version of a 2 timeline deal, but yeah, Joe, I think we're all kind of confused, and that's why I just keep saying I think that Scott Perry. So I posted my note about Scott Perry having to clean his room, and he's in the process of cleaning his room, and a lot of people are saying, yeah, but Dennis Schroder is just putting a blanket over, the mess, right? Or kind of fake cleaning your room. But Dennis Schroder to me is not part of cleaning the room, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's different because I just think he didn't have a chance, because we know that ownership doesn't want to put out a product that looks like it's tanking. So the moves that Scott Perry is trying to make, yes, some of them aren't going to look like that, right? If we use a different example, and a different example would be a Rubik's Cube. Now, I never figured out a Rubik's Cube, but I could get one side, right? And sometimes the way you get the one side is not how you're actually going to figure out the Rubik's Cube, but you're just so happy to get one side that you don't want to move anything, right? So with the Dennis Schroder thing, you might feel like, oh, the Rubik's Cube, we got one side, and Scott Perry is saying, well, we got to kind of move backwards a little bit because this is not the correct way to do things. And in moving backwards, really that's ownership saying, hey, we want to put out a product, we just raise prices, you know the drill. And Scott Perry saying, okay, I really like having this one side done, but we're going to have to mess it up in order to get where we want to go later on. You could even argue, as I'm clearly making this off the top of my head, you could even argue that the Kings the last couple seasons have been the Rubik's Cube with one side done. That's what they've been. And Scott Perry is basically saying we got to take a step back, and Dennis Schroder might seem like we're not taking a step back, but we have to. We just have no choice because we can't just come in and blow everything up. It's not an option.
Well, they didn't subtract anybody either, and it's not for lack of trying, too. I mean, they've been shopping people, but they just added Dennis Schroder and haven't they added Dennis Schroder, drafted Nick Clifford, drafted Maxime Reynaud, and other than letting Trey Lyles walk in free agency, they haven't subtracted anything from the team. It's the same misfit roster from last year, just adding a point guard, which and losing Jake LaRavia, of course, too, but you're just adding a point guard, and that's just going to subtract minutes from someone else, which means instead of making that switch to a more balanced roster or making a bigger move for one of the RJ Barretts or Kentavious Caldwell-Popes or one of the people we had been talking about, they've just brought back the same group, and it still doesn't make sense, even if you just add a point guard. And so I think that's why there's still more questions than answers, because you could say Nick Clifford is your Jake LaRavia, Maxime is your Jonas Valanciunas, Dennis Schroder is your point guard, and it's the exact same team as last year.
38.5 wins. I know someone who's going to take the over, 916-339-1140, if you want to be a part of the conversation. How you feeling about your Sacramento Kings? TC wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Yes, sir. Allen, man, what's going on?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm all right. So listen, hey, I know you try to rush me off every time I bring it up, bro, but I'm dead serious on that, no, bro. If not both the guys, bro, one of them's coming off the bench. I can care less about the Hall of Fame status, and I'm talking about Zach or DeMar. One of them can come off the bench, bro. And then I also want to know, how much is a cap hit? I'm trying to look into that. Like, we can't find nobody for Zach, bro. So at this point, one of them could be released. And how big will be the cap hit? Like, I know it's just a talk. People like, oh, no, why you want to take the cap hit? Bro, we can't find nobody. But we might have to release this guy. That way we can get our young guys up and coming. If we're keeping Zach around just to keep Zach around because he's a Hall of Famer, keeping DeMar around just to keep him around, no, bro. If we can't find a trade partner, Allen, I'll release one of those dudes, bro, just to bring our young bucks up and keep it pushing.
But, TC, I thought you were team run it back. Are you not team? I thought you were on team run it back.
No, I never said a team running back. Every time I bring up benching one of those guys, you want to hang up on me quick, bro. I never said run it back, bro. I said if it was me, I'm finding pieces for somebody.
Okay. I don't hang up on you, TC. I let you rock. Thanks. Unless you try to sneak in Kyle Shanahan and we're talking Kings.
No, but listen, Allen, serious though, Allen. If not both the guys, bro, one of them has to go to the bench. I really don't care about the Hall of Fame stuff, bro.
Yeah.
I don't.
No, I hear you on that, TC. And here's the thing. And great call, TC, as always. Here's the thing. If they got Kuminga, this is what I believe. Let's say they got Kuminga in let's say they got Kuminga for Malik Monk and Devin Carter in December, right? So you match those. Kuminga is on a $24 million a year contract. And in December, as we discussed at the top of the show, it can be 1v1. And Anthony Slater was on with the Drive guys and laid out how simple it would be to do that, right? You're just matching salaries at that point in December. So let's say they move Malik Monk and Devin Carter for Jonathan Kuminga. I think at that point, and this is not necessarily what TC is saying, but it's a version of it. I think at that point you would say, hey, DeMar, we think that we're going to start our youth movement a little bit, even though, funny enough, they'd be getting paid the same amount of money. DeMar, we want you to be our super sub. Because it ain't going to be Zach LaVine for 40 whatever million dollars. It's just not. You can't sell that, right? Because let's not forget, he's still the De'Aaron Fox replacement, still deep down in somebody's mind. Hey, DeMar, we want you to be the super sub. And then at that point, and we talked about, we still haven't heard about the Domantas Sabonis conversation. We were also supposed to hear about the DeMar DeRozan conversation, which we haven't heard about. We just saw them at USC together with Doug Christie.
I guess it must have happened because he's sticking around. He didn't try and facilitate a trade out of there. He's going to be here next year probably.
So, hey, we were able to get Jonathan Kuminga. We think it just makes more sense for you to come off the bench. And at that point, DeMar says, I'll come off the bench. Because here's the thing. And I promise you, this is no promises. We still got a bit of time.
Wow, left. You gave up on the I promise you before it even happened.
I promise you. Okay, when I was at Kenyatta, right? I felt like I should have been in center field. Okay. And my coach said to me, hey, you're gonna play after college or after the JUCO, and I just don't think you're gonna be in center. Now, I did start some games in center at Temple, don't get me wrong. But hey, I just think that you're gonna be in left field when you get to D1. I think that's what it's gonna be. Obviously, I was salty, right? Because I'm saying, well, then let them move me to left out there. What the heck? But he moved me. When I got to Temple, like I said, I played a couple games in center. Eventually got banged for a dude who played AA.
Got what?
Got moved. And I played left field at D1. And I was salty with him, but that's what it was. That's the argument for DeMar. Hey, DeMar, yeah, we're on track for 38.5 wins, and you're a starter on this team. You go to one of these teams that you want to get traded to, you're probably going to be a super sub. So let's just start having that conversation now. You essentially get to try yourself out as a super sub. Hey, and you open yourself up to some of these teams that might be thinking, hey, I don't know if DeMar is going to be open to that. Because it might not even be, maybe you trade for DeMar because somebody is injured, then somebody comes back and, hey, I like DeMar, but if we want to move him to the bench, I don't know how he's going to react, right? If we know, hey, DeMar, he started on the Kings, he was fine. He came off the bench for the Kings, he was fine. We know he's open to that. We're okay with paying him, quote unquote, $24 million to come off the bench, even though it's the second half of the season. So let's rock and roll. It opens up the suitors. It opens up a lot. So I think what TC is saying, I don't see any of them. I don't see either of them coming off the bench to start the season. And there's really no reason for them to come off the bench to start the season now that they have Dennis Schroder. But if you do go get Jonathan Kuminga in December, I would have a conversation with DeMar saying, hey, if this is where we think this is going, you move to the bench right now and open up a bunch of opportunities for yourself with other teams, because teams right now are worried about whether or not you'd be willing to come off the bench.
Or you just get to a point where it's like, hey, thank you for your time. We're going to move Kuminga to the starting three. Where can we send you? Or maybe they just agree to a buyout, right? Maybe the Kings trade for Kuminga later because they're not in contention in the same way they thought they would be. And they say, hey, we'll buy you out. or we'll trade you and someone else will buy you out and you can go where you want, right? It's so many different hurdles we have to cross before we get to that point where Kuminga's ready to move into the starting 3 of the lineup.
Maybe not. But what we do know is that right now with DeMar DeRozan, I think the feeling is, hey, we're stuck because we know DeMar needs the rock a lot. We know his production is still good, but the whole teams only know DeMar in one way, and going to the bench, if he feels like he's on the way out, would be able to open up, hey, DeMar is open. DeMar it just makes him more dynamic. Remember Carmelo Anthony back in the day? Hey, P, they say I got to come off the bench. Eventually, he did come off the bench.
Well, and the team's still built around him as presently constructed, right?
As presently constructed. I want to get to Ken before we get to the break. 916-339-1140. Ken, what you got for us?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm doing great, man. I got that word you used today, misfits. Hey, man, that's a cruel word for our squad, man. For one, I understand you have to have the material to talk about the squad, but you're talking about in future deference. You know what I'm saying? We haven't even give Scott Perry the opportunity to really pick a squad. To me, he's doing a remarkable job as far as turning his squad around and building a good squad.
No, thanks for the call, Ken. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, and I'm not saying whether I did or didn't because it's a 4-hour show. I don't recall saying misfits. But I will say this. They make more sense with Dennis Schroder, but there have been conversations of them being misfits, and it's not about them being misfits. It's about the fit being a miss. I'm not calling any of the players specifically misfits. You saw Jake LaRavia immediately got picked up. So it's not, I'm not calling any of the players misfits. It's just the fit was a miss last season. That's what it was. And right now, with Vegas got him at 38.5 wins, that's tied for 10th in the West. With the Mavericks, they don't even know when Kyrie's coming back. And I just saw, did you see this? And I don't know if it changed, but did you see your boy Anthony Davis got his retina? He had retina surgery.
That was crazy.
You're tied with the team who's got a point guard healing ACL and a detached retina surgery happening with the other guy and a rookie. You're tied.
And that bum Klay Thompson. So I'm not saying it's nothing about the players. It's just the fit. And I'm the one who is saying that we have to give Scott Perry time. But the numbers are the numbers. Now they could blow him out the water, don't get me wrong. And we'll see. But it's not about, I'm not disrespecting anybody calling them a misfit, but the fit has been a miss. And maybe it'll look better with Dennis Schroder. Vegas doesn't really think so unless Vegas would have had the Kings at 34 wins prior to adding Dennis Schroder. I guess we'll never know. On the other side, the trade deadline might be where we see some fireworks, and Brett Siegel discusses why that could be the case. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs From voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Canes, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, he had a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top 2 finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They've won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
We are going to have Dennis Schroeder's intro press conference. It says that it's scheduled for 1 o'clock. Sometimes these things are a tad tardy, but we will have that for you. And really excited to hear what he has to say, what he is planning on bringing this team, and, you know, just some of the expectations. Dennis Schroeder, again, I think some bad PR here, but Dennis Schroeder has done a lot in this league. You know, he's been around for a while. He's seen some things. He's learned some things, I'm sure. So I do think Russell Westbrook or no Russell Westbrook, this is another vet to add to the squad that, can help the Devin Carters of the world and the Keon Ellises of the world just kind of see the game. And just, again, we're not talking about turning somebody into a shortstop that just isn't that. But, hey, okay, I can play shortstop a little bit more often, right? I know I'm a second baseman, I'm a third baseman, but I can play a little bit of short now. I've learned some other parts of the game, so I wouldn't sleep on that from Dennis Schroder as well. Now, in the grand scheme of things, like I said, is that going to change the trajectory of the Kings? I don't know. And we were having a lot of fun with the Vegas conversation. 916 says, Vegas is wrong all the time, Allen. That's why it's called betting. Look, I'm also kind of salty because I was firmly, what was it last season? I had the Kings at 50, I think, or maybe 49 and a half, something like that. They were at 46 and a half, and I got burned. So 916, do it. Because 38 and a half is low. So you could do it. And they still missed the playoffs. They're not betting. They're to the point now where they could hit the over and miss the playoffs, which I think is very realistic. So I probably would take the over. The problem is the over doesn't get you into the playoffs.
Let's think about it this way. If the goal is to get to the top 6, right? That would be best case scenario for this group.
Okay.
Last year, they would have had to. Last year, the 6th seed was 49 wins.
Oh.
So they would have had to have gotten 50 to get to the 6th seed last year.
That's crazy.
If 50 is the bar to get to not have to go through the play-in, they are currently at, what was it, 38 and a half?
38.
They would have to exceed that total by 12 wins in order to get not a play-in spot based on last year's Western Conference.
So there's two conversations being had here. Do I think the Kings will exceed 38 and a half? Yes. Do I think the Kings will not have to go through the play-in? No. As of right now. So that's the difference. I'll take give me the 38 and a half. Give me that.
Well, sure, but everyone's going to say 38 and a half. That's so disrespectful because you see a below 500 record and you think that that's disrespectful for a team that has all NBA center Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray. Like, they have names and they are trying to win. It sounds disrespectful inherently when you just hear, oh, this team's not even going to win half of their games.
Look, man, like I said, after last season, I'm not calling anything disrespectful.
Last year's team still won 40.
Yeah.
Like, all the firing of a coach and the De'Aaron Fox drama and the injuries and the interim beam team, that team still won 40 games.
Look, man, Vegas was right last. Actually, Vegas was wrong because they were 6 games worse.
Well, there's no right or wrong on over-unders. It's over or under.
Well, it wasn't close.
Sure, their bar wasn't close. I don't think they expected they would fire Mike Brown before the new year, and then De'Aaron Fox wasn't going to be on the team, and they got back. By the way, I mentioned this on the morning show. Do you know what the updated De'Aaron Fox trade is now? If you follow the winding path, like what they gave up and what those picks became.
You love this.
It's crazy. So if we ignore the buyouts, it was De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Huerter for Zach LaVine, Nick Clifford, Dario Saric, the Timberwolves 2031 first, 2 seconds, and 48 games of Jake LaRavia and Jonas Valanciunas.
That's
brutal.
Yeah.
Like, you could make an argument they were just better off not making any trade without
But that's
Fox.
how we always felt.
I'm saying now it looks even worse that you've lost Jake LaRavia and Jonas Valanciunas and one of your 2 first-round picks that were supposed to be so valuable. You just cashed in for Nick Clifford, which Nick Clifford might be great, but you don't have any future other than the Minnesota pick to look forward to.
Nick Clifford is the future. When we return, we will get you to that Dennis Schroder press conference. If it hasn't started yet, we will get you there. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. Have a clogged drain? Call Bell Brothers and we'll unclog it for only $67, plus free camera inspection, valued at $250. We don't guess at plumbing and drain. And diagnostics. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Seems like we are ready to rock and roll with the Dennis Schroder press conference. So let's get right to it. Here it is.
Good. Good afternoon, and welcome everyone here today for what is a very, very exciting day for Sacramento Kings basketball. The latest member. I'm here to introduce the latest member of our franchise. Before I pass over the mic to him, I just want to say a few words about Dennis and why Dennis. If you can recall my opening press conference, which now seems like a long time ago, a few months ago, I talked about this need for this team and organization at the point guard position. I also talked about creating an identity for this organization and this team and how we wanted to play. Reminder, those 6 things are competitive, tough, team-oriented, disciplined, accountable, and professional. So when you marry those 2 things together, when free agency was embarking upon us, this was the number 1 guy we felt in the league for us that was going to fit that build and help us establish. He's a building block to us establishing that sustainable success that we're striving to get. Dennis, throughout his career, for those of you who have followed, and I know most of you in this room have, he is very tough, energetic. He plays the point guard position really with no fear. So I have a great deal of respect for that. I've watched him over the years at a number of different organizations and quite frankly, been on the wrong side of some of his good games. But he really feels the need for us, another building block as we move forward. And again, I would say that it's another step in the process of building this team up. You know, there's old saying that Rome wasn't built in a day, but you got to start laying the right type of foundation and of people. And Dennis not only is a great basketball player, but he's the type of person that we desire to have in this organization. So once again, extremely excited to have him. And I want all of you to really give him a nice warm welcome here as I turn over the mic to Mr. Dennis Schroder.
Yeah, first off, appreciate your words. That means a lot to me, my family. I mean, it's always, I'm always grateful for opportunity like that, that a organization believes in me, a GM believes in me. I'm always, giving everything I have, every single day, every single practice, every single game. I always try to leave it all out there. So I'm extremely happy to be here, to be a part of, the Sacramento Kings moving forward, try to set a culture. Yeah, I'm really grateful for this opportunity. And I can't wait to get started.
Okay, with that, we will open it up to questions. And for those of you, please introduce yourself to the Dennis as well when you ask your question. Thank you.
I got it. Dennis, I'm Sean Cunningham with KCRA. Welcome to Sacramento. Just a minute ago, hearing Scott kind of say those words, I mean, for someone who's kind of been as well traveled in this league as you have been, what does that mean to know that they prioritized you and you identify, or you at least check some of those boxes that they're identified that they want to bring in within this roster?
I mean, it means a lot. Like I said, I've been 12 years in this league now, 31, got 3 kids, my wife. So really grateful to be around this league. Such a long time, first off, but to have a GM and the organization prioritize me as their point guard means the world to me. So I want to give it back, of course, when I get back here every single day, every single practice, games, to leave it all on the floor and yeah, give everything for this organization.
And what would you just say this past 2 years has been like? I mean, I think it's 5 teams now, and during that time, I mean, what kind of toll does that take on you professionally?
For me, like I said, I'm in my point in my life. I always take the positive out of the situations. To be around, all the owners, all the GMs, all new teammates. I mean, last season was 3 teams. And good to meet Steph Curry, Draymond Green, then go to Detroit, Kay Cunningham, all those guys. And before that, starting the season to go to Brooklyn. And it was different roles, so I had to adapt to it, but I always take the positives out of that. And, my family is always with me. We're always traveling together. And nothing really changes for me. But like I said, it's a blessing to have somebody like Scott, seeing what I do on the court and prioritize me and bringing me here.
Hey, Dennis. Brendan Nunez, Sacktown Sports. Welcome to Sacramento, man. Congratulations. First of all, just what kind of were your impressions of this roster as a whole? How good do you think you can be? And, do you have relationships with some of the guys on the roster already?
I mean, I know Zach Levine a little bit, Debo as well. Couple of my new teammates, they with Mark Bartelstein, our agent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. But I think we can be great. We got a lot of talent in this room. I think we just gotta, build the chemistry all together and prioritize winning, making sure that every single game counts, and we want to go out there and make sure we beat everybody's ass. And that's what we're gonna do.
Scott, well, you talk about wanting competitiveness. That seems to fit into that.
Absolutely. That's music to my ears when I heard that. Yeah, no, obviously we talked a lot about that in terms of this season being so important that when people come see the Kings play, home or on the road, that they know they're going to get a very tough, hard-playing team that plays together, that leaves it all out on the floor each and every night. And we can live with the results if we do that. And this guy, we believe strongly is going to be the catalyst to that, along with obviously the rest of the team. But you need a leader at that point guard position. And I think Dennis is going to definitely provide that.
And yeah, you mentioned some of like the intangibles there, but saying he number one guy in free agency. What about him stylistically? Do you feel like made him a good fit with this group?
I where I'm from and how I learned and grew up and playing the game in places like Detroit, Michigan, this guy embodies that. You pick up 94 feet. You very combative in a good way on the court. And so that just really resonated with not only my personality, but Coach Christie's personality, our entire organization and what we're building here. We want the more individuals we can get like that and play that kind of way, the closer we get to establishing the true identity that we want for this basketball team.
Hey, Dennis, Jeremiah Solomson, Sports Radio Service. Welcome to Sacramento. The opportunity here in Sacramento, how exciting is it for you to, more than likely have a very expanded role at the point guard position, kind of being looked to as the guy at the position here right now? Is that an exciting opportunity for you at this point in your career? And yeah, if you could just speak to the opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, to be a starting point guard in the NBA, I think you can't ask for more. And then to go out there every single night, to establish a culture, how we want to play. And like Scott said, to be the leader, to, make sure we do it every single night. Being the voice with all those other guys in the locker room is all you can ask for. And like I said, I'm gonna be really excited when I come back, to glue with those guys. And then, every single opportunity we get, we try to compete.
Hey, Dennis. Deuce Mason, how are you? How do you feel like you can impact this team most, especially since they needed a point guard in a big way?
If you watch me play the last couple of years, I always do the little things. Defensively, 94 feet, picking up, making sure we play with energy on the defensive end, on the offensive end, making sure you put your teammates in position, pushing the ball, pushing the pace. If I have to take 10, 15 shots a game because the game tells me to, I do it. But other than that, I always try to make sure I control the game, put my teammates in position to be great. And the most important to win games.
Dennis, welcome. Jason Anderson with the Sacramento Bee. First for you, and then Scott, if I could follow up with you. You've talked about kind of your path and your travels a little bit. How much have you craved, kind of the situation that you've spoken to where, you feel wanted, you feel prioritized, and like the opportunity is what you want. Like, how much have you kind of desired that as you've moved around the league in recent years?
I mean, I got to say, before Brooklyn, Detroit, all those teams, I felt always great. I'm, not disrespecting anyone, but to have this commitment from an organization, from Scott, that is what I didn't had the last couple of years. And like I always say, I'm a make sure we pay him for that. And in all those little things I bring every single day. But it's a big opportunity for me, for the organization, for the team to be great, and I'm gonna give everything I have to be great this season.
And Scott, as you look at what more you guys can do, does it feel like you're done? Does it feel like you have other moves you can make? I know a lot was made about like retaining the MLE in this deal, but it's a little unclear like how much of that you guys can use with the aprons and the luxury tax stuff. Like, can you walk us through just a little bit of where you guys are at with that?
Well, obviously, the free agent signing was the second part of our process. The first being about a week and a half ago with the draft. So we felt we added some very good young players who have a chance to contribute as rookies this year. As was noted before, they're 22 and 23 years old. So they have more experience than a lot of the 18 and 19-year-old guys, and they're a little more physically mature. So we like that. We felt that that gives us a chance to get better. Said all along, the key to getting the point guard, and this guy was the key to that. And from this point on, you've heard me say this many times, we're going to be both opportunistic and prudent as we survey the landscape in terms of adding any additional pieces to the team. So we'll figure that out as the next days and weeks go by. But I like where we're at today, and that's what I want to, finish with that, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Back over here, Dennis. Brandon Benitez here up on stage. CBS 13, welcome to Sacramento. I'm just curious about any impressions that you had anytime you had to visit Sacramento. What was the atmosphere like, and if there was anything that stuck out to you in your trips here?
Yeah, I mean, the fans is the first thing what comes to mind when you hear the Sacramento Kings. Always loud, and then always when Keegan Murray scored, Keegan Murray, I kind of liked that. And every time when I was on the bench, he was scoring, and I was like having a smile on my face. That was pretty, unique because he's with my agent Mark Barterstein as well. But like I said, the fans is great, and that's all you can ask for. Every time when I came to Sacramento, I stayed in the hotel, walked a little bit with my wife when we came here, but that's it.
I'm sure there's a chant ready for you. It's just going to take a little bit of time. As for Scott, yeah, right. As for Scott, I'm curious. A lot of players have been pretty vocal about the CBA, and I'm just curious about your experience throughout this offseason of any added degree of difficulty. What's that looked like trying to navigate the good and the bad of the CBA?
It's never been an easy task since I've been in the league, to be honest with you. A lot is being written and talked about now with the first and second aprons, which makes things challenging, to say the least. But, I approach this off season just like any other time I've had since I've been in the league, again, with a positive outlook, trying to figure out how we can get something accomplished instead of saying why we're not going to get something accomplished. So that's how I look at it.
Hey, Dennis, back here as well. Kevin John, ABC 10. Welcome to SAC. My question for you is, you've been in the league for a significant amount of time, played on several teams. At this point in your career, do you still feel that you have to prove something? Do you still have a chip on your shoulder? And if so, how do you embrace that and go about that?
Chip on my shoulder. I got my own legacy. Every year, every day when I wake up, I try to be 1% better. It don't matter if it's in basketball and life. I just try to be great every single day for my family. Of course, now for organization who really wants me here, but I don't have to prove anything. I mean, I'm from Germany, Braunschweig, to be here 12 years and now signing a 3-year contract is where I'm from is unique. So yeah, nothing to prove.
Dennis, just quick follow-up. I wanted to ask about playing with somebody like Sabonis, who's so instrumental in getting the offense rolling. Is he kind of a unicorn in his own right? Have you played anybody with anyone like him? I was trying to go through the history in my mind here of who you played with, and I wasn't landing on anyone.
No, I mean he's unique. How he pushes the pace when he gets the rebound, gluing everybody together, hitting people backdoor cuts, and great passes. Really physical, big with set screens. Great in the pocket. Can shoot it. I mean he's unique. So I'm really looking forward to compete with him. We had a couple of battles in Europe as well. So now he's on my side. We're on the same side. So really looking forward to compete with him. Perfect.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Great stuff there from Dennis Schroder, the newest Sacramento King. And a lot to break down here. And, Whitey had popped in to listen for a bit. And the biggest thing I took away, just to get right on into it, I don't know that Dennis Schroder is going to be on the move anytime soon. Scott Perry is really good at this, was my first takeaway. And I leave every press conference feeling as if Scott Perry is really good at this because I don't know what he's thinking now. Now, obviously, you're not going to go up there and say, yeah, we can't wait to trade Dennis Schroder as soon as we have a good enough opportunity. But after about 5 minutes of that conversation or of his opening statement, and I think he might have taken a question or two, my first thought was maybe I am, and we'll get to Dennis Schroder. He said all the right things. They always do. So thank you to Dennis Schroder.
Oh, he's been around the block before.
Yeah, he knows a good press conference. He knows what to say to the fans, Keegan Murray, all of that. And I do think he was being very sincere because he has bounced around a lot, all the teams that he's been on the last couple of years. But my first thought was, I'm going to be honest with you. Am I completely wrong on my read of Scott Perry and his thought process? Does Scott Perry think that this team could actually do some things? And like I said, he's really good at this. So maybe I'm starting to be a little, not tricked, but this is the whole point. He's got a really good poker face because that made me feel like everybody that I have, I guess, defended Scott Perry against as far as, hey, he's just getting through this year, and after that, they'll make moves, whatever the case may be. Listening to Scott Perry and seeing the smile on his face, thanks, Kyle, for setting all that up for us, made me feel as if, I think we could, I'm seeing that 38.5, the same way Allen felt last season, 46.5. I think the Kings are going to get 50. And a lot of people felt like that. Hey, they don't know. DeMar DeRozan's going to bring some W's, blah, 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 blah. Scott Perry had that look in his eye as if, okay, you got us at 38.5. Watch us rattle off 50. I don't know that I believe that, and I don't know that Scott Perry necessarily believes that, but how he was talking about Dennis Schroder was the number one guy on their list that they wanted to bring to the team. He's still talking about the same thing, sustainable success, another building block as to something that they are building. Now, obviously, like I said, everyone's going to say the right things. Things can change. I don't know, Kyle. My initial thought was, I think he thinks this team is going to do some stuff this season.
Sure. And, we're kind of deep in the weeds in this stuff and really kind of thinking big picture stuff, but if we really zoom out and just think of this from a basic point, of course he believes this team is going to be good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken this job, and they wouldn't have kept the roster the same as it was.
But no. Fine. You want me to spell it out for you?
Go for it.
Fine. My initial thought was that Scott Perry, again, this goes back to cleaning the room at 10 o'clock in the morning, the analogy that I had in the morning. My initial thought was, hey, if I'm Scott Perry, I don't really know what I'm going to do with this team or this team. I don't really think that this team has that high of a ceiling, but I know that ownership doesn't want us to blow things up. So I'm going to do what I need to do, and we'll see what happens. And then I'll get to do what I feel like is the better way to approach it. Scott Perry has blown up a lot of situations before when he's felt it necessary. What I'm starting to feel is that Scott Perry didn't have to be convinced to quote unquote run it back with the point guard. I think he may have felt more to your point. Yeah, no, I think there's a good bit of talent here. We just got to work some things around. So that's what I'm saying. I looked at it as if, and this was all me speculating, I looked at it as if, okay, we got to run it back. Well, let's go get a point guard and go from there. Where what I'm now so starting to feel is, oh, we got to run it back. All we need is a point guard, and we go from here.
Sure, but if Scott Perry, again, I think the baseline of this of saying Scott Perry is just going to do little moves to prove that the core isn't good enough so then he can come in and make his own moves, right? That's less so based on Scott Perry and more so a bigger assessment of the state of the team, right? That's just you and others coming to rational conclusions based on the state of the team.
Yes, and how Scott Perry has built teams in the past and how teams typically get built these days.
And some of the things that he said at the press conference mixed in, right?
Right. So, because somebody brought up, you're talking about Dennis Schroder as a building block. He's 32. He's been on 10 teams, and that rubbed them the wrong way.
Right. And we're just more so doing like from the 12th story building, if we're taking a big macro level view, yes, we think that this team will not be good enough and that it will eventually get broken up and lead to them going to the bottom because we don't see a feasible path otherwise for them to go up, right? But yes, they tried to move DeMar DeRozan, and yes, they've tried to move Malik Monk, but they also were the ones who came to the conclusions that for whatever the deals were that were on the table, we'd rather just bring those guys back for the time being and make no major move leading up to the draft other than trading a 2027 protected first for a first-round pick this year to get Nick Clifford, right? That was the big move that they made so far. And other than that, they've kept the team predominantly intact. So that must say something. It's not like they just dug their heels in and said this team is good enough. They've tried to make those moves. They just never came to pass.
Obviously, yes. And obviously, Scott Perry was on the morning show shortly after he took the job, and he was asked straight up, do you have autonomy? Right? Or I'm paraphrasing, but essentially, hey, do you have autonomy to do what you want? And he said he did. After that, they go out, they get Dennis Schroder, and a lot of people have, myself included, have maybe felt as if, and again, this isn't, I'm not hiding from anything because it's not a matter of, oh, he doesn't get to do what he wants. People have bosses, right? And sometimes your boss, when you get a job, you say, hey, what do you want me to focus on? And maybe the focus was, hey, we think we have something here. Can you work with us and see what we can do? Now, whether or not Scott Perry was allowed to say, I just don't think, hey, Vivek, I just don't think it's it or not, that's what we didn't know. Me starting to listen to Scott Perry makes me feel like, Vivek, I don't know whether he did or not, right? All we can go off of is what Scott Perry said. Yeah, I do have full autonomy. So the idea, this is the same thing with the Doug Christie conversation of, he's not allowed to blow it up, or for lack of a better term, he can't blow it up even if he wants to. again, he's really good at this, but I'm starting to think, I don't know that he wants to.
But I think what's tough about that is like you can sit up there and say, hey, Dennis Schroder is the number one guy that fits the profile of what he outlined. And the cynic in me would also say if that had been Tyus Jones or Trey Jones or Chris Paul or any point guard sitting up there, you would have said the exact same thing about either one of those players. So it's less about Dennis Schroder, the signing specifically, and more so the fact that I think to your point about him believing in this group, it's less about Dennis Schroder and more about, or Schroeder, and more about believing in the rest of the group. Because so far they've added Dennis Schroeder, made a couple draft picks, and lost a couple free agents and done nothing else.
The only other thing I would add to that is you could tell, and we'll talk about it more on the other side, you could tell Dennis Schroeder was very, very grateful about the 3-year deal, especially coming off these last couple of seasons. Grateful to the point where, I got to be careful here, grateful to the point where it almost felt like I didn't expect to get this. That's what it said to me, which tells me, hey, we want to make sure we get Dennis Schroeder because we think he can be a building block when no one else is assimilating the words Dennis Schroeder with building block. Scott Perry was. That's why we gave you a 3-year deal at $15 million a year, right? 2 years and the third year non-guaranteed, whatever it is.
Yeah, most of it not guaranteed.
Right. But the way Dennis Schroeder reacted made me feel as if there wasn't a lot of, hey, Dennis, why'd you pick Sacramento? It was more as if, oh, it was the Zach LaVine thing. They picked me, right? And we're going to go from there. So that is what tells me that Scott Perry may believe in this thing maybe more than I initially thought. And this is all just my opinion here, of course. 916-339-1140. What'd you think about the Dennis Schroeder presser? What'd you think about what Scott Perry had to say? Let's break it all down when we return. Now on South Sacktown Sports.
Murray.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-689-2119. 800-689-2119. 800-689-2119.
Priority Tax Relief. Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Avery-Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Turn up the heat with Sky River's $130,000 Blackjack Tournament, happening every Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Join for a chance to share in $10,000 in prizes with a guaranteed weekly winner of $5,000 in promotional chips. The first entry is free for Sky River Rewards members, plus rebuy for just $50. Visit skyriver.com for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or over.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Grateful. That's how I would describe Dennis Schroder. Bounce around the league. And look, I'm not in the business of trying to convince people to feel bad for millionaires. Hell, I wish I had some of their money. Don't get me wrong. But under the guise of relatively speaking, yeah, it would stink to have to move all the time. I get it. There's first world problems, and then there's 0.1% problems, so don't worry. I do get it. But yeah, it would stink to have to move all the time. It would.
He played on, 4 teams in a year and a half, basically?
Yeah, it would stink, right?
This will be team number 5 since the trade deadline in 2024.
So it felt as if he was very grateful for somebody to really commit to him and invest in him. That was the other part of this. And Kyle, I'm gonna tell you right now, brother. I was looking here at Dennis Schroder's stats, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but those conversations about Dennis Schroder not closing and 20, under 25 minutes, I feel like this brother's gonna be playing a lot.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, here's the tough part about the closing part of it, because he is going to be the starting point guard. That we know for sure. And,
yes.
And we talked, way too much last year about it's not about who starts, it's about who finishes.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a question of down the stretch, you're going to want your best defensive guard, whether that's Schroder, Keon Ellis, whoever.
Scott Perry was talking about, picking up people, full court press.
Sure. I'm not saying Dennis Schroeder's a good or bad defender. I actually haven't looked at the numbers to actually know how good or bad.
Can't wait.
Do you want me to do that, or do we
do
care?
It tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll do that another day. But I just think they'll have to work out specifically how they want to play this down the stretch. Because Schroeder's not going to be in there if Levine and DeRozan and Keegan are also going to be in down the stretch.
I don't know that.
You're leaving Monk, Keon Ellis, both on the bench down the stretch of games?
It could be Schroder, Keegan, Sabonis, Zach Levine, DeRozan. There's the starters.
So no Malik Monk, no Keon Ellis.
I think it's just going to be game dependent.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying it's not. It's just, I guess I'm setting the expectation lower. And then we'll be surprised if Dennis Schroder is a 15-point per game point guard who is playing 34 minutes a game.
Here's the issue. The issue is you have one guy your two bad defenders. One guy is worth $47 million, or you're paying $47 million. The other guy is your closer, right? And that's the same issue that the Kings came across last season. That's a decision they're going to have to make. Now, the hope would be, and again, maybe this starts to get to, hey, DeMar, this is who you're going to be in the league. The hope would be you're just not as DeMar dependent, right? Because DeMar is, to me, the guy where there were some days where Trey Lyles played pretty deep into the game, and then they were a little bit weary of having DeMar not come back in the game, and they ended up bringing DeMar back in the game. So I think that the reality is you're picking between somebody you're paying nearly $50 million and somebody who's probably going to be your closer in a lot of times. But if the Kings are in better positions to where they don't need a closer like that in certain spots, or Zach LaVine, it really comes down to Zach LaVine playing as if he's getting paid $50 million, then you can sit DeMar DeRozan down the stretch or Dennis Schroder, either one of them.
Right, and they'll figure that out as time goes along. And, oh, by the way, come January, this team that starts the season might not be the team that's still here anymore, right? They'll figure that out as time goes along. But Dennis Schroder is going to be the starting point guard. He's going to play significant minutes, probably in the role that the Kings envisioned Malik Monk to be last year. And when they made the De'Aaron Fox trade, of course, what they had hoped potentially Malik Monk could be. And of course, injuries are part of this too, right? There's so much that can change as the season goes along, but they got Dennis Schroder on what is essentially a 2-year contract with a team option in the 3rd year to fill that point guard role and fill it at a starting caliber level. I'm not going to say he's a great point guard. I'm not even going to say he's an average starting point guard in the league, but they got a quality point guard on the roster, which is something that Domantas Sabonis told them they needed at the end of last season.
Yeah, his first 3 years in the league, which was a very long time ago, 2014, 2015, 2016, he averaged 13 minutes a game, 19 minutes a game, and then 20 minutes a game. After that, Dennis Schroder has not averaged less than 26 minutes a game for his career, never dropped under that. He's been at 30, he's been at 31, he's been at 32. His average for his career is 27.3 minutes per game. And if you take away specifically that rookie season where he played 13 minutes a game, that would bump up even higher. So what's interesting is we are basically viewing the use case for the Malik Monk situation. I'm looking here, and he's 11th in 6th Man of the Year voting back in 2015. Then he was 9th. Then he was 8th in 2019, and then he was 2nd in 2020. No other notes, but I think it's because he's kind of bounced back and forth. This is okay, we believe in you. We're going to graduate you up and see the minutes. I don't think will be terribly different, but it will definitely be an opportunity for Dennis Schroder to be, I guess, fully given the keys. I think a lot of places he's been, I don't want to use the Sam Darnold conversation, but kind of where he's bounced around. Hey, you've done good enough. You've done well enough that you deserve somebody to commit to you the same way the Seahawks are commit. Might be a short-term, very similar actually to the Seahawks. We're committing to you for now until somebody else is ready, Jalen Milroe, whoever. The Kings, we might not have whoever that next person is, but we're committing to you for 2, maybe 3 years, and hopefully it's a business, a good working relationship to where everybody's happy.
So from the beginning of his career until about 2024, Dennis Schroder was a starter everywhere he went in the league. Started for the Thunder. I mean, he was kind of a super sub at times, but started for the Thunder, started for the Hawks, started for the Lakers, was a starter for the Celtics during that one season where Kemba Walker blew out I think it was his hip or something. I can't remember. Maybe I'm blending Isaiah Thomas. But anyways, started everywhere he went in the league, even started in Toronto. Once Toronto traded OG Anunoby for Emmanuel Quickley, Schroder hasn't found a starting spot in any of the previous 4 spots that he's been to. So that was kind of the barometer of, hey, you're still one of the 20 to 25 best traditional point guards in the NBA. But if you're Toronto, you're going to try and see if Quickly has higher upside at the point guard position. Or if you're Brooklyn, you're going to try and see if Cam Thomas has higher upside at the position. Or, if you're in Detroit, obviously you're playing alongside Cade Cunningham. Where I think Schroeder can most thrive is the fact that this is the first time since that Emmanuel Quickly trade, and he talked about it briefly in the press conference, that he has been given the keys to be a starting point guard again. Now, maybe you could say 4 teams decided he wasn't a role player, but now he's in a very specific role that is familiar to him and where he's had the most success in his NBA career.
13.9 points per game, 4.9 assists per game in his career. Very, very solid career, man. There's no one that can kind of say that it hasn't been that. All-star, no. But solid career. The 775 says, take the purple shades off. If you believe this team will win more than 42 games, you're a fool. Well, Vegas says 37, 38. You can get it at 37.5, 38.5. Give me 39. 775. You call me. I don't need to be a fool. All I need is 39. They can get it. Look, after that presser, I'm hammering that. Well, not me, but somebody should hammer that 39.
We getting 40 wins this year.
That's right. Look, I would check Vegas now. They might have bumped it up after that presser. You getting at least 40. Now that's probably a 10 seed, but you getting it. 279 says Allen hates DeMar DeRozan. So now I've gone from hating Devin Carter to DeMar DeRozan. I don't hate DeMar DeRozan or Devin Carter. Whitey Gleason joins us next. Close out the show. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Families are making plans for summer road trips, and with rising costs, they're looking for ways to save. Joe Saul-Sehy, personal finance expert and host of the Stacking Benjamins podcast, says planning ahead can help.
Setting a realistic budget for things like food, gas, lodging, of course, that's going to make an impact and help you save money. But also focusing on those little things, looking at reward programs and offers and incentive can help a family defray the cost of the trip a lot while also making sure that you keep all the fun.
Families can protect their investment in their vehicle with programs like GM Rewards MasterCard from Barclays and the GM Rewards Loyalty Program. Card members can earn points towards exclusive experiences, a new car, routine service, or digital features like OnStar.
If you're already spending money on things like groceries or travel, why not sign up for the reward program for those things to get points? It's a great way to build future savings toward future adventures.
To learn more about GM Rewards and the GM Rewards MasterCard, visit experience.gm.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
25 award-winning years in Northern California. Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, he had a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top two finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, sacsuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. sacsuperstore.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Too late to turn back now, Allen. Their Schroder is here, onward and upward. The Kings fight for a top 6 spot in the West this year. Here's Allen Stiles.
Sorry, it was funny when Whitey Gleason was in here watching, listening, Dennis Schroder. It was juxtaposed to the past. Mike Brown. His intro presser. So somebody said, I love this out of Mike Brown. He says, I'm here for championships. He's doing it up to Whitey. Hard work. I mean, look at this sustainable winning culture. Everyone wants it.
Right.
High level of commitment. Focus on today.
Which the Kings had, and then they blew it up.
Everybody.
Our friend Kevin John asked Dennis Schroder today about whether he feels he has something to prove.
Yeah.
What do you feel, if anything, Mike Brown still has to prove?
Well, I mean, the last time he was in the finals, I barely had facial hair. So that was a while ago. And I
barely had hair.
Well, you weren't. Yeah.
Were you still a center fielder then, or had they already shipped you out to left?
I was center because this was junior high.
Oh, okay.
So I was still the fastest kid out, and then I got to high school. But I think Mike Brown in his heart of hearts wants to prove that he can be the more than the bridesmaid, right? I think a legacy of, hey, you went to the finals with LeBron, and that team was rough, but they got there, right? LeBron gets a ton of credit. I don't know how much credit Mike Brown even gets for that. Probably should get a bit more. His largest legacy is being a part of the Warriors dynasty where he wasn't head coach.
Right. I agree with that. I don't know that that's fair, but yeah.
Well,
I agree.
Don't you think the thing to prove, and I don't know if this is something you think about, is just winning? Like winning a championship or even winning a conference championship at this point?
And here's the thing with it's going to be tough, man, because as I always say, Whitey, exceeding expectations is easier than meeting them. And with the Celtics where they're at, the Pacers where they're at, this isn't he came to Sacramento as a feel-good story. Sacramento forgot it was a feel-good story and they canned him. But in New York, that ain't no feel-good story.
They don't have a lot of feel-good stories in New York.
No.
Oh my God.
Don't last long.
And they have expectations now? Oh.
So he's saying all the right things, but that's all he can say. This isn't a, hey, let's see where we can go type of deal. They feel as if this is a great opportunity for them. I don't know. Now, is that the roster that they go into next season with, the Karl Anthony Towns stuff? Who knows? But they really didn't have any business. I know the Pacers were hot, but they didn't really have it. This is why they fired Tom Thibodeau, because they felt like they shouldn't have lost to the Pacers. That's what it was.
They have to feel like they dodged a bullet. They had a shot last year. They came up short. Oh, we blew our chance. Then you look at the horrible injuries around the conference, and all of a sudden, hey, I think we got another shot.
And I think that he's got a chip on his shoulder. And Dennis Schroder, he just said, no, I have nothing to prove. But I think he has a chip on his shoulder in that he wasn't the Knicks' first, second, third, fourth pick. I mean, they thought for some reason they were going to knock on the Mavericks or the Rockets' door and says, hey, give us your coach. He's pretty good. And they were going to say yes, or that the coaches were going to make a big enough stink for it to happen, which I think is really what it is. That didn't happen. So I guess he was the first out of available coaches. They didn't call Mike Malone, or not that we know. They didn't call Taylor Jenkins. But I still think there's a level of, well, it's not as if you got rid of Tom Thibodeau and you knew that you wanted me. You made a ton of calls before then.
Well, you get the job, you get the job.
Oh, you get the job. I'm just saying he can use that as motivation.
You think the Bucks are going to be contenders with Kuminga? Do you think the Bucks are going to be contenders in the conference with Kuminga?
I think that spacing
they have looked into that as well now.
That spacing makes me want to vomit.
I also saw they were connected to RJ Barrett.
That's a little bit better, but that spacing with Kuminga, because we always called him Baby Giannis.
Who did?
We did.
I never called him
We
that.
did. When we were in the Bay.
I openly mocked those who did.
Oh, well, you didn't mock me. Oh, yeah, you did when we did shows together. Whitey, real quick. Let me guess. So earlier we were talking.
Remember Wiseman, by the way, was David Robinson?
I never did
what
the David.
way?
I never did the David Robinson thing.
Steve Kerr, of all people, said, "Yeah, he kind of reminds me of a young David Robinson."
I remember saying, "Hey, man," and they kept him in Indiana. By the way, that news came out yesterday. But I remember saying, "Hey, man, that lefty 3-point stroke that he has, if we can get to 35% from three, it'll unlock." I'm always trying to unlock somebody's offense. I've realized that. Valanciunas was going to unlock the Kings offense with corner threes. Now Maxime Reynaud is going to unlock the Kings offense.
I remember Warrior fans would get mad at me because I said the only way Wiseman's ever going to be a rim protector is if you send him in the back where they have the extra basket and you give him a pistol and have him stand there. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is crazy.
A great joke.
That is crazy.
That is amazing.
Well, Whitey, I don't even know how we got there. Oh, we were talking about combo guards, right? So we were talking about combo guards, and it led us to a conversation about, are you more peanut butter or jelly on your PB&Js? Because are you more of a one guard or are you more of a two guard? I'm going to guess, Whitey Gleason, you're more of a peanut butter guy.
Peanut butter? This is the other piece of bread. Peanut butter, and you put the jelly in the middle.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you got to put peanut butter on both sides of the bread.
So he's a peanut butter guy.
And then and it's got to be jam, strawberry jam.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Why didn't I have something in common?
There you go.
After
we got
5 years, after 5 years of doing radio.
We got a lot in common.
In the same vicinity.
Yeah.
Me and Whitey have one thing in common.
Strawberry exclusively? You won't go for other flavors?
If I have to. But
I won't do grape.
Given my druthers. I'll go to great lengths to get strawberry jam.
Me and the Sack Chat were all in on raspberry.
I'm fine with that.
I need to give it a try.
I just know.
As a lad, Mom would bust out the apricot sometimes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, fancy out there.
That was back when you had to go to the general store to pick it up.
You churn it? Do you churn jelly?
We had an apricot tree in the backyard.
Oh, and you made it yourself?
No, I don't think we did, actually. My mom was way too busy for that stuff.
Whitey, what's coming up on the show today besides Draper for sure is a jelly guy. I don't even need to ask, but what's coming up on the show today?
You can ask that. That's probably not going to come up today. It might. Yesterday, he was doing 20 minutes on potato bread. I don't know if you heard that.
No.
There's some kind of Martin's potato bread back east.
Okay.
And it was just like, it's the best bread. And I was like, okay. I mean, I'm sure it's great.
Potato bread is soft, though.
It is. I think I've had potato bread. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just amidst the Kuminga talk, you're talking potato bread.
We were telling him, Jay and I, about Dutch Crunch. You ever had Dutch Crunch?
Of course.
Isn't it awesome?
Yeah, but when I was in school back east, there is no Dutch Crunch back east.
Oh, okay.
It's not there.
Maybe that's why he didn't know what
No.
Yeah.
It's not there. They also don't have Jack in the Box.
Why not?
Hardee's, I guess. Oh no, that's the Carl's Jr.
Look at him,
Carl's Jr. one. So what else besides PB&J?
We're going to talk about Devin Carter, the point guard, which I know is not your favorite subject. This is huge. This is the single biggest story of the Kings Summer League. Devin Carter.
Not. They got their building block. You just heard it.
I was surprised to use that term.
I was too. and I said, I think that he might be believing in this version of the Kings more than I previously thought.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe in you, Whitey, and I believe in how good of a show
Senior segue.
the Drive guys will be.
Wasn't his best effort.
No,
but
it's
Senior
not.
Segue
It's-
strikes again. Got us across the finish line.
That's right. We
Out
are.
of how many? 2 out of how many?
We say 5.
Out of 5.
2 out of 5.
It's a 5-star
There you
rating
go.
system.
Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson, Drive Guys coming up next. Thanks to Eric Martins of The Athletics. Thanks to all the callers, texters, Zach chatters. Until tomorrow, secure the bet. Like the bean.
Don't forget about podcast.
Murray. Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant,